cooperative society which was registered in 1984. We are a non-deposit-taking, non-WT society regulated by the Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority. Today, the society draws its membership from all sectors within the Republic of Kenya. Kentours Sacco started as a Chama group made up of 4 members with no office but hosted by the Abercrombie and Kent office, then at the Vadic House. In 1984, the Chama formalized its operations and engaged 1 staff. To date, our personnel has grown to 12 staff members and now with its own office block at Commodore Office Suites in Kilimani. Financial independence for members is our pride. We are committed to creating products that enable our members to achieve their dreams in life. We are partners in realizing dreams. The passion and the stories told tell more.
And it remains etched in our memories for a long, long time.
Me settling down is as a result of Kentours, and that means my family is settled.
One, for my kids, it was a sense of belonging. When you have a place to call home, I guess it gave them that sense of belonging to a place. Ama kujiitanisha na mahali, I'm going home. Or I think that is the main thing that Sacco has really helped me bring up.
In life, we all have dreams. Owning a home, educating our children, growing our businesses, or simply being prepared for life's unexpected moments. Our products are meant to help you build your dreams. Life is a journey, and every journey needs a strong financial partner. Welcome to Kentours, where your savings and dreams grow together. Need a loan for your home, land or business? We offer long-term loans of up to 15 million Kenyan shillings with low interest rates and flexible payment plans of up to 7 years.
You will do anything with it. You can farm, you can get into transport business, you can get whatever it is that you want. But for me, I got into building a home for the family.
Just like anyone else, I really wished to have a home, and a home starts with a lot. So I really wanted to have a lot of my own. As I'm the one who has acquired it, not from my dad. And through Kentours, I have achieved that. And very soon, I'm looking forward to owning a house. And
you can save up and build a home like I've done. It's not hard. It's very easy.
Whether it's a housing loan, business loan, or asset finance loan, we are here to help you invest in your future. Life happens first. For quick cash when you need it, we offer emergency loans, home appliance loans, and instant loans because we understand that sometimes a little boost makes all the difference.
I've had instances where you're in problems and you really need rescue like urgent, and Kentours has really done that several times for me. And one recent time is when I was pregnant with my first child. So and the product that Kentours were offering, children comes with a cost, and sometimes they're imaginable costs. So through Kentours, I was able to access. Actually, my first loan facility was an emergency loan with Kentours. And it came through for me. It has been a beautiful journey.
Education is the key to success. With our super school fees loan, you can access up to 750,000 shillings, ensuring your child's future remains bright.
For the education, I've taken several loans on school fees, and it has also helped me my kids get through their education seamless. Like my daughter, she just did her Form 4 exam. She got an A at Mary Hill, and she went through the 4 years seamless without stopping, and that's why she got she was able to learn uninterrupted.
When the kids are going back to school, I've never had stress that my kids are not going back to school, and I can tell you with pride, they are going to, they go to nice private schools, which are quite pricey. I'm not bragging, but yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Need a salary advance or an early dividend payout? Our advance loans give you fast cash so you never have to struggle before payday. Dreaming of that special holiday or big celebration? Our Jipange Savings helps you plan ahead with interest earnings of 6% per year.
We have holidays that come around. And of course, during holidays, you have quite some heavy spending. So, mdogo mdogo, you can plan for January to November. If the holidays in December, then obviously you have saved for 11 months, mdogo mdogo, and then you get lump sum at the end, at the end of November to be able to use in December. Or if it's Easter or anything like that, then you can actually be able to say, I'll save ABCD for a plan ABCD, and that truly helps. I've also saved for holidays and gone to a few places with my family, and that, I must say, has added quality to life.
And because we care about our next generation, our Junior Savings Account gives your child a financial head start with interest and flexible withdrawals. Life is unpredictable, but we've got you covered. Our insurance scheme ensures that your loans and savings are protected during life's toughest moments.
We do contribute for the insurance payment every year, and that, for me, I can give as a testimony. There's one of our employees who was deceased, and he had a loan, and Kentours, together with the insurer, paid the loan in full, and the family was refunded the deposit in full. In that way, the members feel safe when they save with Kentours, because in eventuality of death, the families are well taken care of.
Banking made easy. With our member portal, you can access your account, check balances, apply for loans, and more. Anytime, anywhere. No internet? No problem. Our Mjisot mobile banking platform lets you deposit and apply for mobile loans all from your phone. And your investment matters. With share capital, you become part of something bigger, earning dividends while strengthening our Sacco. The Sacco membership has since grown from 4 members to over 12,000 members who have walked this journey since inception. The minimum deposit contribution started at 20 Kenyan shillings per month to the current 1,500 shillings per month. The board has since inception implemented several strategic plans. Our Sacco became fully regulated by SASRA in the year 2021. Our bylaws have been reviewed from time to time to align with SASRA requirements and regulations to reflect the Sacco's mission and purpose, and also to meet members' changing needs. Our Sacco has taken credit for winning several trophies over the time during the Ushirika Day celebration, amongst it being the latest awarded trophy for being the second best Sacco in risk management non-deposit taking category. This recognition is a testament to a strong financial management and resilience, which is why Kentours remained largely unaffected by the challenges faced by KICC. At Kentours, we grow together. Join us today and secure your financial future. For over 40 years, we've been a name you can trust, supporting members in building businesses, buying homes, educating children, and securing brighter futures.
Never look at something and say that it is impossible. Nothing is impossible.
The earlier you realize the need for saving, putting a coin aside for the sake of a project or for the sake of tomorrow, the better. The truth is, whatever it is you see and admire in life was someone's idea.
You don't have to have a lot of money to be called rich. You have first to be rich in the mind. You start small, you save small, and eventually you'll get there.
It's never too late, because at one point there's nobody with nothing. But that little that you have can actually be taken as a seed that you plant for future.
If you've not joined, just join now. The rest will be history.
Kentours. Inspire, equip, empower. Welcome to Kentours Sacco. Kentours Sacco is a savings and credit cooperative society which was registered in 1984. We are a non-deposit taking non-WT society regulated by the Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority. Today, the society draws its membership from all sectors within the Republic of Kenya. Kentours Sacco started as a Chama group made up of 4 members with no office but hosted by the Abercrombie and Kent office, then at the Vadic House. In 1984, the Chama formalized its operations and engaged 1 staff. To date, our personnel has grown to 12 staff members and now with its own office block at Commodore Office Suites in Kilimani. Financial independence for members is our pride. We are committed to creating products that enable our members to achieve their dreams in life. We are partners in realizing dreams. The passion and the stories told tell more.
And it remains etched in our memories for a long, long time.
Me settling down is as a result of Kentours, and that means my family is settled.
One, for my kids, it was a sense of belonging. You know, when you have a place to call home, I guess it gave them that sense of belonging to a place. Ama kujiitanisha na mahali, I'm going home. Or I think that is the main thing that Sacco has really helped me bring up.
In life, we all have dreams. Owning a home, educating our children, growing our businesses, or simply being prepared for life's unexpected moments. Our products are meant to help you build your dreams. Life is a journey, and every journey needs a strong financial partner. Welcome to Kentours, where your savings and dreams grow together. Need a loan for your home, land, or business? We offer long-term loans of up to 15 million Kenyan shillings with low interest rates and flexible payment plans of up to 7 years.
You will do anything with it. You can farm, you can get into transport business, you can get whatever it is that you want. But for me, I got into building a home for the family.
Just like anyone else, I really wished to have a home, and a home starts with a lot. So I really wanted to have a lot of my own. Yeah, as I'm the one who has acquired it, not from my dad. And yeah, through Kentours, I have achieved that. And very soon, I'm looking forward to owning a house. And yeah.
You can save up and build a home like I've done. It's not hard. It's very easy.
Whether it's a housing loan, business loan, or asset finance loan, we are here to help you invest in your future. Life happens first. For quick cash when you need it, we offer emergency loans, home appliance loans, and instant loans because we understand that sometimes a little boost makes all the difference.
I've had instances where you're in problems and you really need rescue like urgent, and Kentours has really done that several times for me. And one recent time is when I was pregnant with my first child. So, and the products that Kentours were offering, yeah, we all know children comes with a cost, and sometimes the imaginable costs. So through Kentours, I was able to access. Actually, my first loan facility was an emergency loan with Kentours, and yeah, it came through for me. It has been a beautiful journey.
Education is the key to success. With our super school fees loan, you can access up to 750,000 shillings, ensuring your child's future remains bright.
For the education, I've taken several loans on school fees, and it has also helped me get through, my kids get through their education seamless. Like my daughter, she just did her Form 4 exam, she got an A at Mary Hill, and she went through the 4 years seamless without stopping, and that's why she got she was able to learn uninterrupted.
When the kids are going back to school, I've never had stress that my kids are not going back to school, and I can tell you with pride, they are going to, they go to nice private schools, which are quite pricey. I'm not bragging, but yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Need a salary advance or an early dividend payout? Our advance loans give you fast cash so you never have to struggle before payday. Dreaming of that special holiday or big celebration? Our Jipange Savings helps you plan ahead with interest earnings of 6% per year.
We have holidays that come around, and of course during holidays you have quite some heavy spending. So mdogo mdogo, you can plan for January to November. If the holidays in December, then obviously you have saved for 11 months mdogo mdogo, and then you get lump sum at the end, at the end of November to be able to use in December. Or if it's Easter or anything like that, then you can actually be able to say, I'll save ABCD for a plan ABCD, and that truly helps. I've also saved for holidays and gone to a few places with my family, and that, I must say, has added quality to life.
And because we care about our next generation, our junior savings account gives your child a financial head start with interest and flexible withdrawals. Life is unpredictable, but we've got you covered. Our insurance scheme ensures that your loans and savings are protected during life's toughest moments.
We do contribute for the insurance payment every.
Kevin, tutafutie extension cable.
Okay.
Za hizi laptops.
Testing. Hello. We want to call this meeting to order. So those who have arrived for the meeting, perhaps you are still outside, we request that you get inside and take your seats, because in the next 1 or 2 minutes, we'll be ready to start. So kindly, those who are still outside, get into the meeting hall so that we are ready to start. I'm reliably informed that we have a quorum, and once we attain the quorum, we are allowed to proceed with the business of the day. Thank you. Testing. Testing. Just some housekeeping matters. Yeah, you'll notice that today the washrooms on my left-hand side are not in use. The entrance is blocked. So in case you want to make a short or long call, you'll have to enter through that main entrance to the mezzanine. That's where we are having the official washrooms, enough for all of us. Once you get into the meeting room, just check your mobile and ensure you've set it on a silent mode. Don't switch it off, just put it on a silent mode, not on a flight mode, so that we don't interfere with the proceedings as we start. Also, as you get in, I'm sure you've been given some vouchers. Keep them safe. They are both drinks and the meals voucher. You can use them appropriately. In case you need something, you just engage with the staff of Tintin. They'll be able to help you accordingly. Or in case there is any inquiry you want to make, consult our staff who are seated at the right at the entrance. That's where most of them will be. Without much ado, I wish to call upon our Honorable Chair to set off the meeting with his opening remarks and also a bit of introduction. Bwana Chair, the mic is right there if you don't want to walk. Yes, I'm reminded that even calling for the one to welcome us with a word of prayer is ready. That responsibility was given to Joseph Karu. Karu, are you with us? Yes, come here and open for us with a word of prayer. Then the chair kindly take over from there.
Can we all stand for the word of prayer? Remove your caps, those who have. Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, we are before thy throne with thanksgiving and supplication in our hearts. Thank you for this day that you had predestined that we shall come and have our meeting so that we can take the Kentours forward. Thank you for the board members, the management. We also remember the staffs. We remember every other stakeholder. Lord, we ask that you come and have habitation in this place as we stay. Lord, give us wisdom and also give us the knowledge so that we can argue out our cases and our discussion maybe of the growth of the Sacco. Thank you, Lord. As we proceed, come and have come and stay with us, O God, And let your Holy Spirit control the meeting throughout. And as we end, we shall be careful to say thank you to you. We pray this briefing and trusting in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Good morning once again. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Want to welcome you once again to this meeting. We are delighted to have you today as we deliberate the affairs of our Kentours, and looking ahead as we also look at the financials for the year 2025, budget for 2026, and budget for 2027. My name is Joseph Kagema. I'm a member of Kentours Sacco for over 33 years, and also serving as a board member of the Sacco, and currently serving as the chairman of the Sacco. I want to do introduction, and I will start with the board members, wherever you are. Board members, introduction.
Good morning once again. Yeah, Edwin Omondi is my name, currently serving as the vice chair. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, members. My name is Philip Mushiri, a board member and a member of the Sacco for the last 18 years. I serve in the Finance Administration Committee as a secretary and also as the board secretary. Thank you.
Morning, members. My name is John Nganga. I'm a board member and our chair to the credit committee.
Good morning, members. My name is Usla Maina. Currently in the board, serving as a secretary to the education committee, and I'm also a Kentours member for the last 21 years. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. My name is Chuma Kenya. I'm a Kentours Sacco member for over 16 years and currently serving as board member and a member of the credit committee. Asante.
Good morning, members. My name is Bernard Alex Kangangi, a board member serving the credit committee as the secretary. Thank you all for joining today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Philip Macau, a member for the last 19 years and currently serving as the chairman for education committee. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. We are 9. I know the treasurer is on the way. She should be joining us soon. We also have the supervisory committee. There are 3. They can do the introduction.
Good morning, members. My name is James Kamau, member for 21 years, secretary supervisory committee.
Hamjambo members. Kwa majina ni Peterson Joka. Mimi ni member wa Sacco for more than 20 years and currently serving as the member of the supervisory committee. Asante.
Good morning, members. My name is Joseph Karu. I'm a member for Kentours for the last over 30 years now, and I'm currently serving as the chairman of the supervisory.
Thank you, supervisory committee members. We also have the staff who run the society. I'll give these opportunities to the CEO to do the introduction.
Good morning, members. Good morning once more. My name is Susan Chege. CEO, and I want to say karibuni sana. We thank God the weather is turning to look quite bright, so we must have a good day, God willing. So I want to give the opportunity to the staff to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy CEO.
Good morning, members. My name is Maurice Kiruja, Head of Finance and Deputy CEO.
Good morning, George Waweru, Staff Registry Officer.
Good morning, John Karaoke, Rider.
Good morning, Moses Degwa in the Accounts Department.
Good morning, Sharon Mutuka, Marketing Assistant.
Good morning, my name is Isaac Rentaugo, Credit Officer.
Good morning, I'm Ida Mwoma, Loans Assistant.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dorina Cheng Wanyama in the Customer Care Department.
Morning, Winnie Sendi, Accounts.
Jambo members, kwa majina naitwa Geoffrey Moenga. I'm the Relationship and Marketing Officer of Kentours Sacco.
I think that's the number we have, but you also... Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry. My name is Kelvin, ICT. Asante.
Anyone else before I say that's the number? But we also have housing, Kentours housing staff, Timothy.
Good morning. My name is Faith. I serve in customer care.
I'm Jambo. I'm Timothy Mushemi, representing Kentours Housing.
Thank you. I think we are done with everyone. Asanteni.
Thank you, Susan and team. Do we have any board member from Kentours Housing? Except Edwin?
Yes, there's Sally Havere.
Uko wapi?
I am online. Nice to see you all. I am online. I'm the honorary secretary for Kentours Housing.
Thank you, Sari. We had forgotten we have our members who are online, so also most welcome. And thank you for participating online. We have so many unit reps who are together with us, but for the sake of time, we may not be in a position to allow all of them to do introduction. Maybe they can be represented. Someone from Masai Mara, wherever you are, someone from Masai Mara region. Anyone to just say something?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wilson Pere from Game Water Safaris, and happy to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Peles. Saburu region. Saburu, Laikipia.
Good morning, members. My name is Doreen Ongeri. I'm from Oryx Limited, Loisaba, Laikipia County. I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you, Doreen. Nakuru. Nakuru region.
Good morning, members. I'm Simon Wanjoy from Lake Nakuru Soparoj. I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you, Simon. Naivasha region. Naivasha, anyone?
Good morning, members. My name is Alfred Mwamburi from Naivasha. I welcome you all.
Asante sana. Meru region. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Titia from Elsa Skopje, Lewana, Meru. Happy to be here, and I wish you a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Coast region, even if online, Coast region. Savo, Coast, Anyone? Seems there is none. Any unit rep from Nairobi? Nairobi unit reps? Anyone? Okay, if none, I think we just proceed.
We have Nanyuki.
Yeah, Nanyuki. Yeah, sure.
Good morning. My name is Anne from Sanctuary Tambarare.
We have Nairobi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas from Kentours Safaris. Karibuni.
Asanteni sana. Oh, there's someone else there.
Good morning, members. God is good all the time. My names are Felix Leshan from Amboseli Sopa Lodges, representing Amboseli. Pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you, our unit reps, for your support. I think you have represented the regions that where you came from. Now it's time we read the notice convening this meeting. Secretary.
Good morning, members, once again. It's indeed a good day that we are all here. We rarely meet, all of us, from members, the board, the management, and the staff. And to guide us in the business of the day, we are required first to read the notice convening the meeting and also to highlight the agendas for the meeting. And the notice reads as follows. The notice is issued by Kentours Regulated Non-Withdrawable Deposit-Taking Sacco Society Limited, and it was issued on the 6th of March 2026. Notice to the annual general meeting. Notice is hereby given that the 42nd annual general meeting of the members of Kentours Regulated Non-WDT Sacco Society Limited will be held at the Tintin Restaurant, Kenyatta International Convention Center, Nairobi, on 21st March 2026 on a Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. And the agendas for the day are as follows. Agenda number 1 will be to read the notice convening the meeting, which is what I'm doing. Agenda number 2 will be confirmation of the minutes of the last AGM and any matters arising therefrom. Agenda number 3 will be to receive the chairman's report. Agenda 4, presentation of the supervisory committee report. 5 will be to receive and consider the accounts for the year ended 31st December 2025 and the auditor's report for the same period. 6 will be to approve payment of dividends and honoraria for the year 2025. 7, presentation and approval of the revised budget 2026 and budget 2027. 8 will be appointment of the auditors for the year 2026. 9 will be elections to fill vacant board and supervisory committee positions. 10 will be any other business for which notice has been given. This notice is signed by your Home Secretary, Philip Mushiri. In addition to the notice, there were some notes that were attached to it, and I will read them as well. Note 1 was that attached herewith are the audited accounts for the year ended 31st December 2025, which are also available in the Sacco office. Note 2, all questions relating to the accounts should be forwarded to the auditor through the email info@henrysmithwilson.co.ke and copied to the office on the email info@kentours.co.ke by Monday, 16th March 2026. This will enable the auditor and the management to respond to you early. You will still have the right to seek clarification on the day of the AGM if the responses are not satisfactory. Note 3, Children will not be allowed at the AGM. And note 4, a live streaming link will be shared ahead of the session for those who may not be able to attend in person. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, for reading us through the notice. This notice was shared out to the members, and that's why we are reading it, because that's what was shared out. Before we go to the next item, I want to give the treasurer just a minute to say hi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Lilian Murithi is my name, the current treasurer of the society. Asanteni sana kwa kuja.
Thank you. The next item in our agenda is a confirmation of the minutes of our last AGM, which was held on 22nd March 2025 by the Honorable Secretary.
Thank you. I will go ahead and read the minutes of the last AGM, which we held here at the same place. We all agree that we sent these minutes earlier, together with the accounts. That was to give you members the chance to read them in advance, so that when you come to this meeting, you come prepared to participate effectively. So I will not read the entire minutes word by word, but I'll go highlighting the key headings. So these are the minutes of the 41st Annual General Meeting of Kentours Regulated Non-WDT Sacco Society Limited that was held on the 22nd of March 2025 at Tintin Restaurant, KICC, Nairobi. Those present at the meeting were board members and management, 10 of them. There was also the supervisory committee members, all 3 were present. Unit representatives, we recorded 48 from outside Nairobi and 10 from within Nairobi. Members recorded were 278. In attendance was Kentours Housing, represented by Mr. Chris Shimba, and also auditors Henry Smith and Wilson, represented by CPA Wilson and CPA Michael. Representative from the Sub-County Cooperative Office, Ms. CPA Njoroge Mwangi, was also in attendance. The agenda for that meeting are as highlighted there, 10 of them. That meeting was called to order by the chairman at 9:35, and he proceeded with introductions, after which we went to the business of the day. Minute 1 was reading the notice of the meeting, which I did. Minute 2 was confirmation of the minutes, and these were adopted as proposed and seconded by Member Felix and Member Stephen. There were no matters what were recorded arising from the minutes. Minute 3 was presentation of the chairman's report, which highlighted, among other things, 1, the economic and political highlights for the year under review. 2 was membership summary. 3, member education. 4 were investments. 5 were the developments in the SACCO, and especially upgrading the new system. 6 was the HR for the SACCO. 7 was the borrowing powers, which was set at 36 million. 8 was indemnity, which we increased to 1 million. He also touched on matters corporate governance and elections for the positions that were vacant then. The report was adopted as proposed and seconded by Member Eric and Member Joseph. Reactions, there were 2 reactions from Member Thomas and 1 reaction to the chairman's report by Member Bernard, and there were responses as detailed under those headings. There were specific resolutions that were requested from the chairman's report, one of which was the borrowing power, which was set at 36 million, proposed and seconded by Members Zadok and Peter, respectively. The members also approved the 1 million indemnity, which was proposed and seconded by Roslyn and Mr. Biwott, respectively. Minute 4 was presentation of the supervisory committee report, which was done by the then chairman, Mr. Peterson Joka. The report highlighted, among other things, 1, the overall performance in 2024. membership movement, bank reconciliation, where they highlighted that unidentified bankings had dropped. They also touched on unallocated funds. They also touched on matters digitization, which the Sacco was undergoing. They also touched on matters statutory compliance. They also mentioned the loan aging, which they noted that it had significantly gone up because of members' loans. They also touched on matters, funds flow and investment, where they noted the Sacco remained highly liquid. The Supervisory Committee also touched on matters, compliance ratios, and also risk management. The report was adopted as proposed and seconded by Member Mark and Member Susan. There was one query regarding the Supervisory Committee report by Member Thomas, and the response is as detailed in the report, in the minute. Minute 5 was presentation of the accounts and the auditor's report. This was done by the auditor, CPA Michael, who gave key highlights of the Sacco's performance on the year. The financial statements were adopted as proposed and seconded by Member John and Edwin, respectively. There were 3 queries on the account, 1 by Member Brenda, 2 by Member Mary, and 3 by Member Samuel, and responses are as detailed in the minutes. Minute 6 was approval of dividends and honoraria for the year under review. These were approved. The dividends were approved as seconded and proposed and seconded by Member Suleiman and Member Elvis, respectively. On the payment of honoraria, approval was also granted as proposed and seconded by Member Bernard and George. Minute 7 was the appointment of the auditors for the year ending, for this year now, ending 2025. Henry Smith and Wilson had expressed their willingness to continue with them serving the Sacco. And the services were extended, and this proposal was proposed and seconded by Chris Shemba and Stephen Minor, respectively. Minute 8 was the address by the Sub-County Cooperative Officer, CPA Njoroge Mwangi. Mr. Njoroge Mwangi commended the Sacco for the good performance. He also highlighted that increase in the capital was good for the Sacco, noting that minimum capital requirements were required to be authorized to operate. He also encouraged members that loaning to members is the best investment that the Sacco can undertake, and that one can only benefit by taking the loans from the Sacco to be able to develop themselves. Minute 9 was the election to fill the vacant position that existed in the board and the supervisory committees. Mr. Njoroge, CPA Njoroge, conducted the elections, noting that 1/3 of the board and supervisory committee are by law required to retire every year. He explained that a circular had been sent out to membership inviting applicants, and from the board, Ursula Maina, Philip Makau, and Bernard Kagangi were retiring and had offered themselves for re-election. From the supervisory committee, Mr. Pisaton Njoka had also offered himself for re-election. The candidates were declared elected and opposed after each one of them got a proposer and a seconder. Minute 10 was presentation of the revised budget 2025 and budget 2026. This was done by our able treasurer, Mr. Lilian Mureithi, and the budgets were adopted as proposed and seconded by Member John and Edwin, respectively. There were 4 queries to the budgets, one by Member Mary, another one by Member Stephen, the 3rd one by Member Ezekiel, and the last one by Member Felix Odipo. And they were all responded as detailed in the minutes. Minute number 11 was presentation of the awards. There were 2 categories. Category 1 was for the units, for which 8 trophies were issued out. For the individual category, 3 trophies were issued out as detailed in the minutes. Minute 12 was presentation by the Kentours Housing Cooperative Society, which was done by Mr. Chris Shimba. He touched, among other things, the foundation of the Sacco, noting that the cooperative housing cooperative, which he mentioned that it was started in 2010. He also touched on the milestone, highlighting that at least 10 projects had been fully sold and titles issued out. He touched on the growth of the housing cooperative, matters on corporate governance, and also the referral and incentive scheme that they were running. There were no reactions to his presentation. Minute 13 was any other business for which notice had been given. Again, there was no AOB that had been notified, and none came from the floor of the House. Lastly, there was a vote of thanks, which was done by your own secretary, myself, and we had closing prayers led by Member Grace, and the meeting came to an end at 2:10 p.m. These minutes are signed by your able chairman, Mr. Kagema Joseph, and your own secretary, Philip Mushiri. Thank you, members.
He still remains our own secretary and needs to take records of what is happening even after he has read the minutes of the previous AGM. Matters procedural, we need to confirm these minutes by having a proposer and a seconder, that they are a true reflection of what was deliberated in the last AGM. So those who are present, can I have a volunteer to propose and another to second? The floor managers, by name and where you come from.
Manfred Narida, Sarudi Beskam, I propose.
Manfred Narida, Beskam proposes. Who seconds? John
Wanzala from Totili Samboseli, I saw.
John Wanzala from Totilis seconds. We go straight to the next item. Number 3, matters arising from those minutes. Members, remember these are now historical, but just in case you want to get further clarification of last year's minutes, we'll go page by page. If there is any matter arising from the floor, you will be given that opportunity. Page 1 is, we'll go to page 2. Any matter you've taken note on page 2. Then on the chair's report, we proceed to page 3. And the comments that were there on page 4. On page 5, we had the supervisory committee report. In case you pick something that is not properly recorded, this is the time. We go to page 6 and the comments on the supervisory report. Page 7. We go to page 8, the address by the ministry officials present, and the elections that followed. On page 9, we added the budgets. We had the presentation of awards recorded accordingly. The presentation by Kentours Housing on 10, and AOBs on page 11. Is there something that is not properly recorded for us to correct from the floor. I can see there is none. We continue to remind you that we are also live online, and members that who are linking with us online feel much appreciated. You feel part and parcel of those who attended today's meeting. You can register a query or comment through a short text, and we can as well give you an opportunity also to make a comment. And I want to believe even on the matters arising, none has been spotted. Thank you. I'll welcome the chair to present his report on the next item, number 4. Karibu Bwana Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We are proceeding on well. It is time now to read the chairman's report. It is a detailed one, but we'll go through. And this is for Kentours regulated non-withdrawable deposit taking, that is non-WDT Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited. Chairman's report during the 42nd Annual General Meeting held on 21st March 2026, that is today, at Tintin Restaurant, Nairobi. Our esteemed members, fellow directors, supervisory committee, management, staff, invited guests from the Ministry of Cooperative and Micro, Small and Medium Time Enterprise Development, although they have not arrived, our auditors, Henry Smith and Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with immense honor and gratitude that I welcome you all to our annual general meeting for the year ended that 1st December 2025. Today is an important occasion. It is a day for us to reflect our achievements, acknowledge the challenges, and together chart the future of our Sacco. Your presence here today is a clear demonstration of the trust and confidence you have in this Sacco, and for that I thank you. Economic and political highlights. On economic highlights, Kenya's economy grew by around 4.8% to 5.5% in the year 2025, maintaining moderate growth despite physical pressures. Growth was driven mainly by service industry, construction, agriculture recovery, and fintech. The private sector and credit growth remained weak, partly due to high government borrowing, crowding out private investment, and this is from Reuters 2025. Tourism sector. The tourism sector, from which the Sacco draws most of its members continued recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic and increasing global demand for Kenya's safari and beach tourism. International tourist arrivals rose to about 1.8 million by September 2025, representing about 6% growth compared to the previous year. And this is from data from World Travel and Tourism Council 2025. The sector supported about 1.7 million jobs, making it one of the country's largest employers. International visitors spending was expected to reach Kenya shilling 409 billion, with domestic tourism contributing over Kenya shillings 800 billion. Political highlights. In the political arena, the government continued implementing fiscal reforms aimed at increasing revenue and reducing the budget deficit. Debates around taxation remained prominent following the proposed changes in the Finance Bill 2024, which had earlier triggered widespread public discussion on the cost of living and tax burden. The government focused on expanding the tax base, enhancing tax administration through digital systems, and reducing fiscal deficits. Membership summary. Kentours Sacco continues to place great emphasis on member growth and retention, recognizing the challenges inherent in attracting and maintaining members. At the end of 2025, the Sacco had 4,253 active members. During the year, 923 new members joined, while 188 members exited, and we had 850 dormant members. Since the last AGM, we had welcomed several new employer companies into our membership, further expanding our membership base. These include JW Marriott Masai Mara. Any member from that unit? JW Marriott Masai Mara. Yes, can we appreciate them? Ritz-Carlton Masai Mara Safari Camp. Yes, we appreciate them. They are represented. Scenic Selen Adventures Limited. Anyone? No one. Anybody? Okay, but we can appreciate them. Soundworld Safaris, that is Soroi Lions Braff Lodge and Chovy Lodge. Any representative? We appreciate them. Agama Lodge Aboseri. Anybody? Yeah, they are represented. We appreciate them. Bonfire Branches, Seattle Mall, Ridgeways, and Garden City. I saw someone from, yes, we appreciate them. And beyond, Suyan Lodge. That is our newest baby. Where are you? Suyan. They are there. Thank you. Erawana Collection, Kifaru Lodge. Erawana. Zed. Thank you. Can we appreciate Zed? He was a former board member. Adequate Safaris Limited. Anyone? Okay, we appreciate them. During the year, the Sacco experienced the profound loss of 11 principal members and 5 dependents of our valued members. Maybe because of those departed members, we start for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may have your seat. And we extend our deepest condolences to the bereaved families during this difficult time. Their memories will forever remain in our hearts, and their legacies will continue to inspire us as we move forward together. On member education, Kentours Sacco recognizes that informed members are the foundation of a strong and sustainable cooperative. In line with this commitment, the Sacco conducts a member education program that aims at enhancing financial literacy, improving understanding of Sacco products and services, and promoting active member participation. The education sessions are tagged to new and existing Sacco members, board and supervisory committee members, as well as to the staff. The program is normally conducted through physical meetings, workshops, and distribution of educational materials. During the year, we were able to visit and conduct education sessions to our members in 72 employer units within and outside Nairobi. One-on-one member education and marketing desks were also set up in 28 employer units. We thank the employer units and staff who helped in facilitating these forums. The individual member education forum was successfully conducted in August 2025. As a result of the education programs within the year, members' understanding of Sacco operations has greatly improved. This transacted to increase saving and uptake of loans. To improve on future member education initiatives, the committee plans to focus on regular and continuous education programs, the use of digital solutions such as SMS, WhatsApps, and online interactive sessions. We are also keen on branding and visibility as a way of marketing to potential members. Use of branded materials such as t-shirts, capes, umbrellas, banners, etc. has greatly promoted the visibility in the market. We encourage members to acquire the marketing merchandise to help promote the Sacco. The Sacco is also looking into participating in community events and exhibitions, not forgetting having Kentours Sacco branding at strategic locations. Members' funds and financial performance at grants. On loans, I don't want to read all that, but we are saying in the year 2023, our loans balance was 585 million. Year 2024, it was 804 million. But in the year 2025, we are able to hit $1 billion in terms of loans. Can we appreciate ourselves? In the year 2025, loans granted grew by 24.6% to approximately 1.038 billion from 833 million in the year 2024, reflecting strong growth in membership lending. And that is our core business of the society. So when we see the loans growth, we know that members are empowered. The Sacco has in place various loan products and continues to encourage members to patronize them to support the loan growth and overall revenue performance. Notably, approximately 30% of our members currently do not have a Sacco loan. Members are reminded that loan interest income is a key revenue stream. Strengthening loan uptake and maintaining good repayment culture is a key in supporting the Sacco's profitability and sustainability. In the year 2025, the mobile loan product known as MGSOT reported a growth of 37.53 as compared to the year 2024. However, cases have been noted where some members borrow at the default in repayment. Members are therefore requested to honor their repayment obligations as per the terms outlined in our loan policy. Non-performing loans adversely affect Sacco revenue and leads to provisioning in line with the SASRA outlined governance guidelines. On appropriation of net surplus, based on the financial performance for the year 2025, the board recommends payment to members as follows. 10.05 interest on deposits. The same rate was done last year. And 15.5 on dividends on share capital. The same rate as was paid last year. I think when we'll be finalizing on the financials, we'll come back to propose on how you want this to be handled by the board. Interest on deposits upon approval will be distributed using the weighted average method. This considers the time that the Sacco has held and traded with the members' money during the year under review. To strengthen our capital base and to maintain the required capital adequacy ratios, recovery of any overdue minimum share capital contributions and interest balance for the year 2025 will be deducted from the dividends and interest on deposits payable to affected members as per the circular that was sent out on 2nd of March this year. Development. System upgrade. During the year, the board, with the approval of the AGM, upgraded Microsoft Dynamics Navisio 2017 to Microsoft Dynamics Navisio 365 Business Central, which is more advanced. We would like to continue encouraging our members to find time and interact with the new system by registering on the member portal and on MGSOT mobile banking platform to access the Sacco services online. And I want to say that we are in a stage whereby We want to automate all our services, including, for now, you can be able to register a new member online without having to bring in the forms. We are also at an advanced stage whereby you shall be applying for your loans online. On Sacco website, we are currently revamping our Sacco to improve accessibility and enhance the service we offer. It is expected to be rolled out at the end of March 2026. Some of its features include allowing members to apply for loans online, enabling new member registration through the platform. We encourage members to visit the site and explore the Sacco services available. Strategic plan. I'm pleased to announce that Kentours has successfully developed a new 5-year strategic business plan that will guide the Sacco directions and growth over the period 2026-2030. This plan reflects a clear vision of strengthening our market position, enhancing operational efficiency, and delivering sustainable value to all members. It outlines key priorities including innovation, customer focus, financial resilience, and responsible growth. We have also aligned our resource allocation and budgeting to ensure that the strategic objectives set out in the plan are effectively implemented. The new strategic plan will serve as a roadmap, providing clarity and focus as we navigate opportunities and challenges in the years ahead. It positions Kentours Sacco to remain competitive, adaptive, and forward-looking in a dynamic business environment. We are dedicated to a renewed mission and vision. And the new vision statement will be to be the leading financial solution provider. Mission, we empower you economically and socially through innovative and integrated financial solutions. We look forward to your continued support as we embark on this important journey. FOSA services. FOSA, or Front Office Service Activity Service, are Sacco-operated banking facilities providing members with transactional accounts similar to commercial banks, including savings, salary processing, quick loans, and ATM/mobile banking. A key benefit is that a member can deposit and withdraw funds from their FOSA current accounts anytime and anywhere. Historically, we have been having back office Sacco, that is BOSA, until now. However, with the digital transformations are changing member needs, we are seeking members' approval of a resolution to allow the Sacco to establish a FOSA, enabling us to provide our members with this superior service. To actualize this dream, there are rules and the regulations that are set by the regulator, that is SASRA, that must be fulfilled. Key among them is the requirement to have a very robust and comprehensive software management system, which we recently implemented, and we are currently running on it. I know most of you have had an interaction with it and can bear me witness that it's top notch. During the year, we shall also conduct a member survey to gather information and feedback on the proposed FOSA as part of the mandatory feasibility study. Please look out for this and take a moment to fill it out. The outcome of this feasibility study will help determine whether the Sacco is ready to proceed with this development. We kindly encourage you to participate and be part of this transformation. Meanwhile, we have identified that while we meet several key ratios, the institutional capital against total assets is currently at 5.06%, which is below the 8% as required by the regulator. For us to maintain this ratio for FOSA activity, we are required to increase general reserves and retained earnings. As a result, the return on member deposits and dividends may be impacted during the period leading up to the implementation of FOSA with improvement expected over time. In the budget, we have allocated funds to this, which will be presented to you by the Treasurer for approval. So one of the resolutions we shall be making is you give the board of directors the mandate to do a FOSA feasibility study so that when we come to the next AGM, we'll have done a bit of research and a bit of on how to implement the FOSA. We also need to know that as required by the regulator, there are some ratios that needs to be increased, and especially the institutional capital, which is at about 5%, and needs to be increased to 5%, meaning maybe the next AGM we'll have to do a bit of holding or increasing reserves so that we can implement those key ratios. On maximum borrowing powers, the board seeks an approval to maintain the maximum borrowing power of Kenya shillings 50 million for the next 12 months in case needs arises. Delegate system. Over the years, our annual general meeting, that is AGM, has been open to all Sacco members. In June 2025, the Commissioner for Cooperative Development issued guidelines at the circular number CCD/2025/001 on delegate system of representation in general meeting of cooperatives as detailed below. Pursuant to section 93A to bracket C of the Cooperatives Societies Act as read together with the rule number 54, and in order to improve efficiency and effectiveness in decision making, all cooperatives with more than 5,000 members are hereby directed as follows. 1. Adopt a delegate system of representation in the year general meetings. The number of delegates shall not be less than 150 and not exceeding 500. 2. Update their bylaws to anchor the delegate system. 3. Devise an effective mechanism to appraise the general membership on the affairs of their cooperative. To align ourselves with the directive, we shall amend our bylaws to incorporate the same, and upon reaching a membership of 5,000 active members, the board will devise the criteria of delegates' qualifications. When I read the membership as at close of the year, we are almost to the 5,000, and so that we comply with the directive from the ministry, we shall be seeking approval today to go and amend our bylaws so that when we hit the 5,000, we shall be aligned. And what that regulation means, it will not be automatic for physical attendance for all members, but the board will design a mechanism or a method on how to select the delegates within our employer units. On loan performance, in the year 2025, we are glad to report that our membership significantly patronized our products, and as a result, we experienced an overall growth in the loan uptake from the Kenya shillings 833 million in the year 2024 to Kenya shillings 1 billion in the year 2025. This represented an overall growth of 24.6%. As demonstrated in the table below, the healthy growth was recorded in junior, super school fees, Karibu and instant loans product with the positive growth of 100%, 66%, 64.75%, and 46.05% respectively. Our online digital reading product, MGSOT, equally performed well, but we would like to encourage our members to be faithful and supportive of this product by paying their loans on time. We can indeed report that here today that this product is well handled, could be the goose that lays eggs, the golden egg. What we are saying is the MG sort is a product. We know how it does assist members, but quite a number of members, they apply for this MG sort loan and they don't pay. We encourage members, any loan that you take, please ensure you pay within the terms and conditions of that loan. The table below shows the products for the year 2025-2026. I'll not go into details. I think that you can go through it on your own. On budget 2027 and revised budget 2026, as required by regulations, the revised budget for this year and budget 2027 will be presented today for your approval. Included therein are certain capital expenditure items for the year 2026 and year 2027. Corporate governance. Good governance remains our cornerstone. This year, we ensured transparency and accountability in all decisions, complied fully with regulatory requirements, and conducted regular audits and adherence to the policies. Our aim is to protect your interests, safeguard your savings, and uphold the integrity of the Sacco. Elections. In line with the cooperative society's rules set by the parent ministry, 1/3 of board and supervisory committee members retire at every annual general meeting on rotational basis. The Sacco has a vetting policy which provides for a vetting committee whose composition is 1. Ministry representative, 2. the auditor, 3. the Sacco lawyer, and 4. the Sacco CEO serving as a secretary. A circular for the vacant position was sent out to the membership for application on the same. This year, we have 3 board members and 1 supervisory committee member who retire from office, namely, all the board members will have Edwin Omondi, we have Lilian Moreithi, we have John Nganga, and from the supervisory committee, we have Joseph Karu. The retiring board members and supervisory committee members are offering themselves for the election in their respective positions. They have been vetted and cleared. It is important to note that when this circular was sent out, only those applied. So is it that you as members are not interested in serving the society? It is a question we need to ask ourselves. Conclusion. I would like to sincerely thank you, our members, for your trust, loyalty, and active participation. The Board of Directors and Supervisory Committee for explanatory leadership, management and staff for dedication and professionalism. Your commitment and contributions are the foundation of our success. Special thanks goes to our magazine sponsors, that's Kentours Housing Cooperative Society, A&K Sanctuary, and CIC Insurance Group Limited. We are grateful for those 3 organizations that they supported in the printing of our magazine, and the magazine is out. I know the unit reps have been issued with a copy, and the rest will be issued in the course of next week. As we conclude year 2025, I urge every member to continue supporting, participating, and contributing to the growth of our Sacco. Together, we can strengthen our financial base, empower our communities, build a legacy that benefits every member. Let us embrace innovation, uphold integrity, and remain united in our vision. Thank you, and may our Sacco continue to prosper, empower, and transform lives in 2026 and beyond. May God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Chair. for your report, which also reflect what the board is telling you in this AGM. Now, we've noticed that some of us are floating in this AGM because of the sin of technology, which we have to keep pace with. Now, one, you don't have some of these reports printed and placed in your table. So you can only rely on what is projected here. But I'm advised there is even a better way to access those reports in your gadgets, the mobile phones, or those who have laptops. First, you can log into Tintin Wi-Fi, and I'll give you the details. When you are in the Wi-Fi, you will choose Tintin Guest, and the password is Tintin in small, Tintin as one word in small, at 888. That's the password. Tintin in small at 888. That is the password. Then we move to the next. If you look at those pillars or the walls, you will see that we have pasted some QR codes. You can scan those QR codes, and once you've done that, you will be able to access all the reports that we are reading here for your personal consumption, even after the screen has been rolled over. This is what we are talking of. Those who are online, our IT team already are showcasing the same QR, which you can scan in your gadgets and access the same reports. So one score that we have achieved this year is to reduce drastically the cost of printing paper. And that is the trend going forward. Back to the chair, and perhaps before I seek for the adoption of your report, because we have to adopt it even before we discuss it. Chair, can I give you the opportunity maybe to welcome any of our guests who have arrived once the meeting had started?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I saw Zed somewhere.
Thank you, Bwana Chairman, and it's a pleasure to attend this meeting. Asante sana.
Karibu sana. Zed was one of our board members and served for quite a long time. He only left the board when he relocated from Nairobi. Any other former board member or a member from housing? If none, thank you very much. Wale wamefika after the presentation, karibuni sana as we continue. We also have the auditor who has just arrived, so karibu sana.
Asante. Thank you, Chair.
I know he'll be speaking to us when we'll be presenting the financials, so asanteni sana.
Asante, we are still expecting more guests, especially the team from the Ministry of Cooperatives. Once they arrive, will recognize their presence accordingly because they have a big or an important business to transact on our behalf. Back to the chair's report. Before we look at it in details, may I seek for a proposer and a seconder to adopt that report for discussion from the floor. Name and perhaps the unit for recording.
Suleiman Ritz-Carlton, I propose.
Suleiman from Ritz-Carlton proposes. Who seconds?
Brenda Akinyi, Angama Mboseli, seconded.
Angama Amboseli, we have Brenda Akinyi proposing. Seconding. Honsek. Now we go back to that report, and I hope you have been able to access it. I would also request our staff maybe to walk through those tables. Those who may be challenged, I would need assistance. You can help them accordingly. Yeah, those are the teething problem brought to us by technology. So I'll request our staff maybe to just walk through the tables. Should there be any one of us who requests or needs some help, can be assisted accordingly. Then you can project the report again, the chair's report, from page 1. And what we are doing is now to invite your reactions to that report, which is also a reflection of what the board is telling you this AGM. In page 1, key there are the economic and political highlights, more so in the tourism sector, where most of us derive their business. Page 2, we have a membership summary. Those who joined us as new units during the year, and also those who left us to be with the Lord. A big number indeed. Page 2, member education, up to page 3. Those 2 pages, page 1 to page 3. Is there any reaction from the floor or online? Reaction from the floor or online? We proceed if there is none. How we performed on loans starts on page 3. And indeed we grew our loan book. And we were able to earn decent interest from the same. There, the results are reflected when we come to appropriation of net surplus. On page 4, what we'll be seeking approval on towards the end is to give out those returns to you. We also have new developments on the system upgrade, which is complete, and the Sacco website, which you can engage with. So, page 3 flowing to page 4 any reaction from the floor or online? Just raise your hand so that you are given that opportunity. We are moving to page 5, strategic plan that will give the board a roadmap of what to do and what to achieve by the year 2030. Is a work in progress, but even as we work on it, key to note is that we have changed our vision statement and the mission statement. Still on that page, we have FOSA. This is a discussion we started last year and factored in some funds in the budget to start with the feasibility, and it could not commence because of the system upgrade. Now that we are safely home with the system, we are more than confident to proceed with the FOSA arrangements. So part of the resolution or approval we'll be seeking towards the end is to do that feasibility study so that we can proceed with the FOSA services acquisition. Page 6. Still on FOSA, and for clarity, Kentours is a regulated society and we have an authority in place, SASRA, that gives us all the guidelines on whatever we want to do. So when we'll be going FOSA proper, one of the key ratios that they will be looking at before they give you approval is how well you are performing on the institutional capital against total assets, and I hope the treasurer will elaborate this properly when we come to that point. But it is one of the key ratios that we can say we are yet to achieve the targeted number or percentage. We are currently at 5.06, and the regulator demands that we raise that ratio to 8%. So there are several ways to achieve that target. One is to consider increasing your reserves, or perhaps you can look at increasing the share capital in the membership. Those are the areas we'll be exploring. When the budget, the accounts, approved accounts audited, you'll see how our key ratios are performing and how we are supposed to do our reserves and retained earnings. So what we are saying, if we are to achieve that 8, either we'll have to increase the percentage of our reserve as a one-off, depending on what our calculations will work out. When that is done, you increase the reserve, perhaps it will have an impact on the return that we normally give out at the end of the year. So you need to be informed, such that if we go that direction, perhaps we may not achieve now the cozy two-digit figure of 10%, but it can be a 1-year action. We don't know, but what the chair is saying is that you'll have to give us a permission to work out the best way to improve on our institutional capital. If we want to go further, you cannot on one side say you want to go further, but you are also scared of going there because of how it's going to impact you on the returns. Saa ingine inakubidi ujifinyilie kidogo so that ufurahie hapo mbele. Maximum borrowing powers will also adjust it. For so many years we've been using to securing our eventuality with 36 million. Now, you are no longer a small Sacco. You are a 1 billion plus Sacco. You have entered into the league of the big Saccos. So you have to take also enough precaution in case of any eventuality by improving on your maximum borrowing power. And the board is recommending adjustment of up to 50 million. Of course, these are subject to approval by the regulator, even before you are allowed to borrow as a society. So that will also form part of our resolutions or approval. Up to that point, I want to invite reactions in the floor. I mean from the floor or online, so that we are not lost in those reports we are presenting. Reaction from the floor. You know, when you are a teacher and you don't see students asking questions, one or two things are possible. Either you have very bright students, or they are totally, it is you who said, it's not me. In the absence, we move on to another area called the delegate system. Now, when you become one of the big Saccos, it simply means your numbers have grown. Those we are competing with have membership active, not dormant, to the tune of 10,000 plus. Now, some of them have made petition to the ministry that when the active numbers increase, maybe the space here may not be enough if you invite members for the annual general meeting. So some of them are conducting their AGMs in stadiums or open grounds, not comfortably the way you are here. And some of them have said it could be chaotic, especially where there are a lot of reactions and interest from members as to how their society is going. So they want to manage. Based on those pleas, and we are waiting for the ministry official here to confirm the same, a directive was issued by the parent ministry that when you achieve 5,000 active members mark, you change your AGM system of governance from being member attended but only delegates attended. What does that mean? It simply means at your employer units, you will be given opportunity to identify and elect your delegates for the purpose of attending AGMs and for the purpose of executing the Sacco mandate at those units. The same will be with individual membership. We are currently at 4,200. And last year alone, because of the incentive drives and the engagement we had with our members, we were able to bring in 900 active members within a year. What does that mean? By the end of this year, if we move with that speed, maybe at August, mutafika 5,000. And the regulation will be at our doorstep. Next year, muende delegates. So we'll be sensitizing you through the education sessions on what is required of you to go delegates, even as we continue recruiting. Again, we cannot coil our tail forever that we don't want to achieve 5,000 members because hatutapewa hii privilege kuja kusuhudia our AGM KICC, but only the representatives like we have the unit reps. We have to continue growing our membership. But this year, we will be planning ourselves well to sensitize and educate you on the requirements of delegate system and all those metrics that will be used to give you slots in the delegacy. What the chair is saying in his report is that as part of the approval, we'll ask you to give us the permission to amend our bylaws in the event we achieve 5,000 members before the next AGM. Because our membership will be monitored by the parent ministry and the regulator. So if by August, September, or November we have achieved, they will ask us, have you made all the plans to go delegate system? And we don't want to be caught off guard. And that's why in this AGM, we'll be seeking your permission to start preparing ourselves that in the event we achieve that 5,000 active membership, or we are nearing, we are even moving in tandem with our bylaw amendments, and we cannot amend those bylaws without your approval. Reaction from the floor, and that will be explained into details when we have official from the ministry. But any reaction on that aspect? Key to note is that SACCOs being a devolved activity, the Council of Governors petitioned the ministry on that directive. And it has not been overturned through any legal court. So it's still active. Until somebody goes to the court and overturns that directive, it is still active. Reaction from the floor on that? Zed, tuko pamoja ama upewe?
Yes, thank you very much, Bwana Vice Chair. In fact, I was thinking of raising my hand when you called. It's like you are reading my mind.
Yes.
I believe it is prudent to keep in tandem with the changing times. So the board is moving in the right direction to make us ready for that time when it comes. And also, this is, I guess, as good a time as any to let members know that come that time, there'll be an opportunity cost. So should there be a difference in the dividend and interest rate, we are all aware what might have occasioned it. Asante sana.
Thanks, Zed. Any other reaction different from what has been said? So we move on to page 7. Loan performance. I don't want to belabor too much on that. On matters corporate governance, those are straightforward. It's a requirement that each and every year a third of the board must retire and seek fresh mandate. That will be conducted by the ministry officials when they get here. And that brings the end of the chair's message to you. All the resolutions and approvals sought in that report will come to us the tail end when the ministry official is around, together with any other approval sought by the board in relation to other agendas in the AGM program today. So that becomes, that comes to the end of item number 4. For now, I'll invite supervisory committee team to come and do their report. They are a separate and independent committee. They'll do their report, seek adoption of the same, and also seek reaction from the floor. That's not part of us in the board. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. I'm going to take you through the Kentours Regulated Non-Withdrawable Sacco Society Limited. This is a supervisory committee report for the year ending. Okay. For the year ending 31st December 2025. To you, a annual general meeting on today, 21st March 2026. Honorable members, distinguished guests, members of the board, management, and all stakeholders, good morning. On behalf of the Supervisory Committee, I am pleased to present the Supervisory Committee report for the financial year ending 31st December 2025. The Supervisory Committee derives its mandate from the Cooperative Society Act, the SACCO's bylaws, and SACCELA regulations. The committee acts on behalf of members to provide independent oversights of the SACCO financial and operation activities, with the objective of ensuring 1, compliance, transparency, and accountability. The Supervisory Committee consists of 3 members elected during the AGM to serve for 3 years, each with 1 member retiring each year. The committee's activity during the year in fulfilling our mandate, the Supervisory Committee would like to report on areas as highlighted below. Membership and growth up to 31st December 2025. Kentours Sacco has continued a growth trajectory as shown by the table below, that is on page 2. This demonstrates a healthy trend of increasing active members, contributing to overall growth, While the number of dormant members remain relatively consistent, the rate of new entrants significantly influence the overall membership expansion in any period given. To sustain or accelerate growth, strategies could focus on consistent new member acquisition drive and minimizing departure, especially in the period where new entrants are highly lower. That was a table. We can see the active member, 4,253, and the closing membership was 5,000. That was inclusive of the dormant members. The supervisory recommends to the management the following strategies: to continue with regular communication and education to members, a reactivation campaign, i.e. to reach out members with rejoining incentives, to have a periodic review of membership aimed at reducing dormant members. Financial performance, this will reflect the overall stability and the growth of our society. The supervisory committee reviewed the audited financial for year 2025 and highlighted as below. We will compare 2025 and 2024 on overview. Total assets increased from 1.4 billion in the year 2024 to 1.6 billion in the year 2025, indicating a growth in the Sacco financial position. Net assets and advances to members increased from 804 million to 1.1 billion in the year 2025, showing an improved reading activity. Total revenue increased from 184.6 million in the year 2024 to 206.3 in the year 2025, reflecting a higher income generation. Net surplus after tax slightly increased from 25.4 million in the year 2024 to 25.7 million in the year 2025, showcasing consistent profitability. Total members deposit increased from 1.1 billion in the year 2024 to 1.2 or 1.3 billion in the year 2025, indicating growth in members' contribution. The supervisory committee notes that Kentours Sacco has demonstrated positive financial performance with consistent growth in income and prudent expense management, resulting in healthy surplus. The challenge to the board is to have strategies that will maintain this positive growth and have in place targets that outperform the current one. The supervisory committee challenges members to be more active in increasing colleagues, recruiting colleagues in their units who are not members of Kentours Sacco, their friends, and their family to ensure the Sacco growth. We also looked at regulatory ratios performance. This is performance versus the requirements. That is what the law requires. The Sacco remained compliant with the key society's regulatory authority, that is SASLA standards, for non-withdrawable deposit-taking SACCOs like Kentours. Core capital to the total assets, 10.08 requirement is 8.8%. Note, this traded down slightly from 10.94 in the year 2024. The core capital to the total deposits, 13.16, the requirement is 5%. On total delinquent loans, gross loan portfolio, the ratio is 8.01 against the recommended ratio of less than 5%. meaning there is more work for the board because this, though there is a little improvement, there is, we need to attain the recommended ratio. Gross loans and the total assets 70.5% against a range of 70 to 80, which is recommended. On dividend and interest, we noted that the board has recommended a payment of dividend on capital and interest on deposits remained unchanged at 15.5 on the capital, share capital, and 10.5 on the interest on deposit respectively. While this is commendable, maintaining this requires members patronizing all the loans products. Bank reconciliations, we reviewed all the monthly bank reconciliations for the year up under the review with the aim of verifying the accuracy of cash book against the bank statements and identified any reconciling item. We can confirm that proper reconciliation procedures were followed and appropriately approved. ICT implementation reports. During the year under review, Kentours Sacco implemented a new ICT project aimed at improving service delivery, operational efficiency, and digital access to members. The project successfully went live on 7th December 2025, with online services resuming on 9th December 2025. The supervisory would request members to interact with the system and share their experience and challenges into the Sacco digital platform. The system enhances efficiency, transparency, and better service delivery. Digital reading, that is MGSOT. The digital reading has become an important service to enable members to access loan quickly and conveniently through mobile online platform. Kentours MGSOT continue to show rapid growth as a digital or mobile read advance. In the year under review, the application volume reached their highest level compared to the year 2024, peaking at 540 applications in the month of December. This suggests high member engagement with the digital platform. Members' files reports. The supervisory reviewed the status and the management of members' file within the Sacco to ensure that members' information is properly documented and safeguarded. Random checks were also carried out on the members' account to confirm that deposits were correctly recorded, loans approval complied with, and loan policy and loan disbursements were properly appraised and authorized. The supervisory committee noted these were adhered to during the period under review. Compliance review. The supervisory committee monitored compliance with the law, regulations, and internal policies, verifying adherence to all applicable legal and regulatory requirements, including SASLA's guidelines and the Sacco Societies Act, as well as the internal policies such as bylaws, loan policies, and credit processes. The supervisory noted that this was adhered to during the year under review. Unclaimed assets, financial assets. The supervisory committee notes a total of 69,665 from 12 members has been sent to Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, we call it UFA, after a stipulated time. This list shared with the list shared with the supervisory committee shows members whose last known contacts details are no longer reachable. So most of the amounts are small figures arising from unclaimed dividend and interest earned. So we are encouraging members, those who left, that they can give their contacts or update their contacts with the Sacco, so that whenever the dividend are earned, they are sent to them. Review of members' deposit. We have a table below there showing an active member of 4,253. We are looking, these clusters, we are looking on the value of the deposits and not the amount of the deposit, which will help us understand the deposit concentration and members' saving behavior. The key highlights are here. One, a large number of our members, that is almost 63%, falls within the lower deposit cluster. Kenya shillings 200,000 and below, indicating a potential growth. Meaning, if these people who are at that category from 0 up to 200, if they can take loan, then we have a potential growth. A small number of members of 4.4% fall in the cluster of the above 1 million. The table can show that. This means that the Sacco has an opportunity to encourage members to increase their monthly deposit and introduce incentive for higher deposits, because the moment you deposit more, you'll also take loan. Let us see the loan cluster on the other page. This is our core business. The table below also analyzes the members into loan cluster based on their size and the borrowed loans, with the objective of understanding how loans are distributed among members and identifying the borrowing pattern in Kentours. You can see, and those who have no loan, you can see this 35% of our population does not have loan in the year 2025. We can conclude that 66% of members fall below the lower cluster, mainly for short-term needs. And that is below Kenya shillings 200 and below. A small number of members take high value loan, that is 600,000, representing only 13%. The supervisory urges members to increase their own uptake to reduce the 35 we can see up there who have nil loans to below 10%. The board needs to carry out a survey and determine new products that members would like introduced. The aim is to increase the patronization of the loans products by members. The supervisory notes a clear upward shift of the loan application in the year 2025 compared to the year 2024, the month of December recording a massive spike of 472 applicants. The consistent on-year growth is visible in almost every month, and with 2025 consistently outperforming 2024. Loan financed by collaterals. The supervisory reviewed the terms, the structure, and the financial position of the loans secured by collateral. The overall loans secured by the collaterals in the period under review were as follows. The supervisory noted that 26 loans amounting to 70.5 were secured by collateral valued at 93 million, with the current balance of 56 million. This shows steady growth since its inception, and they are all in good standing. All the payments are on track. We would like to charge members who have problem with getting guarantors to explore these aspects to ensure they are able to obtain loans without a charge. Staff leave schedules and balances. The supervisory verified that staff leave tracking is up to date, accurately reflecting entitlements, usage, and their balances. The supervisory noted balanced leave utilization across all staffs, indicating effective planning and supporting staff's well-being. Continued monitoring is recommended to ensure optimal leave utilization and minimize days rolling over to the new year. We also reviewed the internal audit reports. It's important to note that SASRA sets a specific requirement for internal audit in all regulated SACCOs, which should be independent from the management. The Supervisory Committee reviewed monthly reports from the internal auditors. It's also important to note that the internal audit engagement aimed to providing independent, objective assurance and advisory service designed to support the SACCO's sustainable growth, sound governance, and risk mitigation. The scope and the objective of this audit aligned with the approval of the audit plan and focus on the key areas critical to the SACCO operation and strategic success. We observed the following for the year. For the reviews conducted during the year, the Supervisory Committee made the following observation. 1, the SACCO maintained proper books of accounts. Financial records were generally accurate and up to date. Internal controls were reasonably effective in safeguarding SACCO's assets and loan processing, and approvals were in line with the loan policies. Management should continue to improve services delivery to the members. We also make some appreciation to the board of directors for the strategic leadership. Then we also note the management and the staff for their cooperation during our time there and commitment to running of the Kentours Sacco. Also, to you members for your continued trust and support. In conclusion, the supervisory is satisfied that the SACCO affairs have been conducted in accordance with the law, the bylaws, and the best interests of our members. The committee will continue to provide oversight and ensure transparency, accountability, and protection of members' fund. We encourage members to continue supporting the Kentours Sacco so that it may grow stronger and deliver a greater value to all. Thank you. God bless you all, and God bless Kentours Sacco. Thank you. At this juncture, I want to invite our secretary for any queries and reaction, Mr. Kamau. Yeah, to adopt. Yeah, he will.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for listening. I'll seek, first of all, we adopt the message, so I'll seek for a proposer and a seconder. Raise your hand so that you can be given the mic. State your name and the unit.
Good morning, members. My name is Joseph Sifuma from Olaro Lodges. I propose.
Thank you. Seconder.
Good morning, members. My name is Bernard Munja, Marasimba representative. I second.
Asante sana. Then we are going to go through the reactions. I believe we are able to follow through the online page. The QR code is on the, it's displayed in a number of places, so you can be able to see the report. And I'll go page by page. On page 1, we have the introduction and the membership growth that runs up to page 2. Any reaction on that? I got Go to page 2, we have financial performance. And together with page 3, the regulatory ratios, dividend and interest payment, bank reconciliation. Up to that, the 2 pages. Any reaction, question or clarification? Page 3, we have the ICT. Page 4, digital lending. Member files report and compliance report and unclaimed assets. Any reaction? Page 5, we have analysis on members' deposit, and page 6, members' loan. Any reaction on the 2? Page 7, we have summary on loans financed by collateral, staff leave schedule, and a review of internal audits report. And page 8, we have the key observation and conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are proceeding on well. At this point, the next item in our agenda is presentation of accounts and the auditor's report for the year ended 31st December 2025 by the auditor. I'll call upon the treasurer to invite our auditors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning once more. I think we are at that point that is the heartbeat of this AGM, and I would like to welcome CPA Motero from Henry & Smith to come and present to the annual general meeting the audited financial statements as at 31st of December 2025 for Kentours non-withdrawable deposit taking society. Karibu sana CPA.
Yes, good morning, members. Once again, it's a pleasure presenting these financials. But as you can see that we have a young fellow by the name CPA Michael Kisura. I'll give him the task to do that and just to take you through the financials and how they behaved. Thank you very much. And again, also we appreciate that this is our final year, having done 3 years of auditing. And we're looking for Mr. Chairman and the board that very soon we should come back and do the same. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I love your calmness, although I need to be very sure whether we are together. Asanteni. To the chair of the board and the entire board members, together with the supervisory, the secretariat and the honorable members. Good morning. Mungu ni mwema kila wakati. I would wish to take you through the audited accounts like we have done in the past in a summary manner within the documentations that you have or the booklet. Just to mention for the people who will be following, we have page 8 of 26 within the audited accounts. We also have page 9. Thereafter, we can have a look on page 3 of 26. and then you allow me to sum up the same with our audited opinion. So walk with me. I will paraphrase, I will round up where necessary. So, dear members, we have audited the financial statement of Kentours, regulated non-withdrawing DT Sacco, as set out in the various paginations that comprise, among others, statement of comprehensive income, statement of financial position as at 31st December 2025, statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows for the year then ended. Together, we also have a summary of significant accounting policies that were used, or rather that were complied with in the same. We also have other supporting schedules within the same documentation. So, page 8, statement of comprehensive income for the year ended 31st December 2025, states as follows. Members, interest income and from loans and advances amounting to 146.4 million. This is a growth up from 113.4 million in previous years. Other than interest earned from your core business, we also have other interest income earned from investments of 52.9 million, a slight drop from 66.3 million in 2024. In an aggregate, when you sum interest earned from your loans and other interest income, the society is reporting 199.3 million, up from 179.7 million in the year 2024. Proposed interest distributable to your members at a proposed rate of 10.5. The society is proposing to distribute 118.8 million against 101.4 million in the previous years to the members. Should members approve this figure, the society is going to be left with net interest income of 80.5 million against 78.3 million in previous years. Other than interest income, we also have other operating income of 7.0 million against 4.9 million in previous years. Now that you enjoy, as I take you through what the society has earned, can we appreciate what was used to drive that income? As follows: staff costs of 24.3 million against 21.95 million in previous years. We also have governance expenses of 15.9 million against 14.4 million in We also have public relations and marketing expenses. We have marketing, public relations and marketing expenses of 1.99 million against 2.5 million in the previous years. We also have other administrative expenses of 7.8 million against 6.99 million in previous years. And lastly, we have other operating expenses of 6.6 million, up from 5.2 million in previous years. When you take your time and do a summation of those expenses that I have taken you through, and then you net off against the total income. The society is reporting net operating surplus before income tax of 31.0 million against 32.1 million in previous years. There is that aspect of tax expense of 5.2 million against 6.7 million in previous years, thus reporting net surplus after income tax of 25.8 million against 25.4 million in previous years. We also have other comprehensive income in relation to change in fair value of the various financial assets held with other institutions of 5.8 million up from 2.3 million in previous in an aggregate. Total comprehensive income reported 31.6 million against 27.7 million in previous years. Now that I will not take you through statement of changes in equity, in a summary, how has this income been distributed? In line with the statutory, 20% has been transferred to statutory reserves of 5.2 million against 5.1 million in previous years. There is also a 5% transfer to general reserve of 1.0 million against the same figure, slightly changing with shillings. Then again, members will be enjoying a proposed figure of dividend at a rate of 15.5% of 12.7 million against 11.5 million in previous years. And finally, proposed honoraria of 4.5 million against 3.99 million in previous years. What will be left in the retained account will be 2.4 million against 3.8 million in previous years. Dear members, that is a snapshot summary of how this noble society performed in the last financial year. Can we appreciate your level of wealth? What you can take pride in Kentours to be the worth of Kentours. That is the statement of financial position in line with page 9 of 26 for the year ended 31st December 2025. Your total assets, dear members, is at 1.6 billion against 1.4 billion in previous years. When we talk of 1.6 billion is the worthiness of this noble institution. What are the breakdowns of these total assets? Among others, we have cash and cash equivalent of 8.1 million against 7.9 million in previous years, together with receivables and prepayments of 47.5 million against 47.9 million in previous years. We also have a figure in inventories of around 900,000 against 1.1 million in previous years. We also have net loans to members, your core business, of 1.1 billion against 804 million in previous years. If I could have been a politician, ningewaambia mujipigie makofi. Si mujipigie hata kidogo. Asante. The reason why I'm calling for makofi, because at least you've hit a 1 billion line, and that cannot be taken for granted. You are now a giant Sacco. Then we also have financial assets of 467.2 million against 496.95 million. Intangible assets of 10.7 million against 2.8 million. Property, plant and equipment of that 7.5 million against that 7.2 million. And finally, aspect of tax recoverable of 68,000 against 1.8 million in previous years. Now that mumejipigia makofi with that very good point of wealth to take pride in, let us also appreciate what is now used to finance this total assets of 1.6 billion. We have two key waterhead that were used to finance these assets. One, we have liabilities. Two, we have equity. Allow me to start with your total liabilities that has grown to 1.4 billion against 1.2 billion in the previous year. The breakdown of these liabilities, among others, members' deposits that have grown to 1.2 billion against 1.1 billion in previous years. Member savings of 11.2 million against 12.7 million in previous years. Creditors and accruals of 54.8 million against 52.6 million. Interest payable of 118.3 million against 100.9 million. And finally, dividend payable of 12.8 against 11.6 million respectively. The other key financial to this very good wealth is the equity. Your total equity reported of 1.97 million against 174.7 million in previous year. The breakdown of this equity, among others, share capital of 82.1 million against 74.1 million. General reserve, statutory reserve of 61.9 million against 56.7. General reserve of 13.9 against 12.9. Retained earnings of that 2.6 against 30.2. And finally, revaluation reserve of 6.5 against a figure of around 700,000. Members, that is the summary of the set of statement of financial position. And I'm very sure as you'll be going back to your workstations, you'll always remember 1.6 billion. 1.6 billion. That is the pride that you can take from this institution, and we are very happy for you. Page 3 of 26 is a summary of the statistical figures. And I just want to pick one or two without necessarily going through all the highlights. I hope you are in page 3 of 26. I wish to proceed to the capital adequacy ratio. And with a lot of appreciation, this society remains compliant, as the society have remained compliant in all waterheads, cutting across within the capital adequacy ratio. Very soon, when you introduce FOSA, a very key ratio will be coming up as part of compliance, and that is the institutional ratio. Liquidity, this society remains very liquid among very many institutions. Operating efficiency or loan quality ratios. Gross loans to total assets. Previously, when I was doing these financials, I said that you did not comply. This morning, I'm very happy to report that this society has complied to the gross loans to total assets as the law requires or regulator requires. You're supposed to be between 70 to 80%, and you are at 70.49%. Total operating expenses to total revenue of 27.4%, an improvement from 27.65%. This society remains to be one of the best efficient SACCOs I've ever audited in history. Wapigeni makofi. Yeah, the reason why I'm saying that, Madam Treasurer, because society are struggling with this ratio. Societies, they are above 50%. But the moment you see a society at 27%, it is a good gesture. That is a society that is quite efficient in terms of operation. Operating expenses to total assets, you are at 3.46% Again, an improvement from 3.65%. The threshold requires that you are not supposed to surpass 5%. Interest on member deposits of 57.31%, an improvement from 54.64%. Interest rate, as I articulated together with the dividend, the only area, dear members, you need to assist this board of directors is the PAR, Portfolio at Risk, the delinquency loans. You are at 8.01%, although it is a great improvement from 9.98%. The law requires that you are not supposed to surpass 5%. So it means, members, you need to walk the journey together with management in ensuring that you lower this threshold to the required ratio. And again, this will also see better returns to your money. Again, in a summary, allow me to take you through our audit opinion in a summary, because you know it is page 6, page 7, and it has a lot of academics and narratives. I just want to give you a summary. In our opinion, dear members, those various financial statements that I have just taken you through give a true and fair view of the financial position of the society as at 31st December 2025, and its financial performance together with the cash flow for the year then ended in line with international financial reporting standard, and together with the requirement in line with the Cooperative Society Act. Members, I wish to state that we have conducted this audit in line with international standards on auditing, and our responsibilities are very clear and well described within the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statement section of our report. Therefore, I wish to state that in our opinion, the information given in the report of the directors on page 2 is consistent with the financial statements. Again, as required by the Sacco Society Act number 14 of 2008, together with the Cooperative Societies Act Cap 490, we wish to report that based on the audit that we conducted, 1, we obtained all information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge, do believe were very necessary for our audit. 2, in our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept by the society so far as appears from our examination of those books. The society's statement of financial position and comprehensive income are in agreement with the books of accounts. Again, the society remains solvent, and we have reasonable ground to believe that it will remain solvent in the foreseeable future. And finally, nothing that came to our attention that can cause us to believe that the business has not been conducted in accordance with the provision of the Sacco Society Act and Cooperative Society Act. This very good work was, or rather the engagement partner was responsible for the independent auditor's report, was none other than the one seated here, the Muzungu, CPA Wilson Mutero, whose practicing certificate number is P of 1442. Umeona Muzungu? Asante. And finally, again, I wish to extend an appreciation, just like the Muzungu mentioned, to appreciate an opportunity to serve you in the capacity of external auditor for a period of 3 years. We don't take it for granted. We will endeavor remain indebted to you. Asantene.
Thank you very much, our auditors. I call upon now so that we deliberate those numbers for the proposer at the seconder of the financials. A proposer at the seconder.
Morning, fellow members. My name is Zed Ongoma from Elewana Collection. I propose.
Thank you, Zed. A seconder.
Good morning, members. My name is Biwot Bernard from MGM Naivasha.
Thank you, Bwana Biwot. Now we can ask any questions relating to those financials, and the treasurer is there to guide us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think, yes, we are ready for any question, comment, clarification. Please feel free to ask. The rate is 10.5%, and for share capital at additional 5%, so 15.5.
Yes, thank you very much, Treasurer. You said question, comment, clarification.
Yes.
Mine is a comment.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to say I'm very impressed at the performance of our wonderful Sacco. Now, I noticed that interest on loans increased by 33 million, which was very impressive, and other interest income plummeted by 6 million. Now, I'm happy because the implication here is that members this time round decided to take loans.
A lot.
And the beauty of it is that we pay less in income tax when a lot of our money comes from interest income. Interest earned from other investments attracts a 30% income tax on 50% of that interest. If you look at our income tax expense, it went down by 900,000. I do believe because of the less interest on income from other areas. This is very good, and I would like to encourage members to please let's take that on even to a great extent this year, because the benefits will come back into our pockets. Asante sana.
Thank you, Zedekiah.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Chilo. I'm an individual member. So we've expected a significant growth generally as a Sacco for the last financial year. So my question is, in terms of the dividends, why is it still constant? It has not increased even by 1%. Thank you.
Another one we combine. take me to the page of comprehensive income. Statement of comprehensive income. Yes, there, Paul. I want to draw your attention to that page where it shows the increase in interest and the increase in on interest of loans. If you look at the interest expense, which is a 10.5, it has grown at 17%. Please remember what the chairman said, that we have more money, but we are distributing it against more members. We have more members who have joined the society. That's the reason why we had 101 million in year 2024, but in year 2025, a growth of 17% in terms of interest expense to 118 million. I hope I've, okay. So if there's no more questions, with the permission of the chairman, we can move on to the budget.
Thank you, Treasurer. If there are no other questions, before we move from the accounts, there is a proposal by the board to pay the interest, dividends, and honoraria. We need to get proposals for those resolutions. Proposal to pay interest at 10.5, dividends at 15.5, and payment of honoraria to the board of directors. Proposer and the seconder.
My name is Morris Kahiga, Loisaba Tourism under Elwana. I stand to propose.
Thank you, Moses. A seconder.
Good morning. I'm Elvis Mwangi from Solio Lodge under the Safari Collection. I second.
Thank you. So as the proposal by the board, the same will be paid. So next week, hizo pesa will be paid out. For those joining, karibuni sana. But we still have very many seats at the front. So anyone coming, don't strain at the back. And also, I think at the point of registration, you are given some vouchers. I think 2 vouchers for drinks and 1 voucher for food. And you can request any drink with maybe 1 voucher. You can retain the other one to have a drink after during lunchtime. And it is a soft drink. Asanteni sana. Treasurer, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We'll go straight to the revised budget 2026 and budget 2027. In terms of interest from normal loans, after what you had seen in the accounts, and we always try as the board of directors to make sure that we look at the market and the way the loans are performing before we come up with a revision of the budget. We are proposing to amend budget 2026 to from 139, which is 140 million, to 137 million. That is a 24% increase in comparison to the way the interest income performed in year 2025. And we move this, we grow that interest by 12% to 154 million. In terms of instant loan, we propose to increase it to 7.3 million. That is 34% in comparison with what the performance was for year 2025, and by 16% for budget 2027 to 8.5. School fees loan, we move it further by to 3.190 million, 25% increase in comparison with year 2025, and 3.5 million in year 2027, which is a 10% increase. Interest on super school fees loan to 990 million. That is a 29% increase from year 2025, and to 1.1 million, which is 11% for year 2027. I move further to interest on emergency loan, 8.4 million, 20% increase compared to 2025, and 7% to 9 million in budget 2027. MGSOT, we propose to grow it by 28% to 15 million, and to 18.750 in year 2027, which will be 25% increase. Then interest on home appliance, 3.4 million, 15% increase from year 2025, and 3.7 million for 2027, which is a 10% increase. Sundry income, that is where we have all the income that we derive when you buy merchandise, 1.1 million, which is 14% comparison to 2025, and 1.2 million, which is 9% for year 2027. Interest on dividend advance. This is when members are called upon to patronize dividends before they are paid in the month of March. We had 220 for 2026, and to 250,000 in year 2027 by 14%. What Zed mentioned on investment income, you realize we had a very big drop in comparison with what we had done as the budget, to 35.6 million. And we are reducing that by 35% in comparison to year 2025, because we have seen the trend, and we said the more members take loans, the less then it means that we'll have liquid cash to take to other sources of income. So that is why we have reduced it significantly to 35 million, and further by 19% to 29 million in year 2027. Bridging income, 6.8 million. We have increased it by 11%, and to 7.2 million, increase of 6% in the budget 2027. Then we have the interest on salary advance, 110, and to 120,000 in year 2027. Entrance fees, we are hoping, and with the assistance of everyone, to recruit 1,100 members, and per member is 1,000 shillings. That's the reason why we have the 1.1 million in year 2026 revised budget, and to 1,200 members, additional members in year 2027. That will give us 1.2 million, 9% increase for year 2027. Rental income remains the same, because we have the rental or the rental agreement with the tenant in the office. So that is the yearly income that we get from that agreement, and it is for a 2-year term, so the amount does not change, it remains the same for both years. Then we have the call account interest. Call account is additional interest we earn from the bank account, where any money that is sent to a current account, before it is used, we take it to a call account, and that call account earns interest, 500,000 for the revised budget 2026, and 650,000 in year 2027. Members, for the revised budget 2026, we are proposing, and we are projecting to have income of 222,239,622, which is 12% increase in comparison with the interest, with the income that we have for year 2025, and to 239,206,600, 12%, the same percentage for budget 2027. Then now I go to staff expenses. Staff expenses, and we have always said that human capital, it's important for any organization. And with the big growth of this society, the board feels that with the current number of staff that we have, we may need to increase them so that we can be able to give good service without straining them. Therefore, we have a revised budget of 17,230,000 in terms of salaries, and to 19,318,000 for year 2027. Sometimes we get casual labor, but just in case it is needed, 272,000 for revised budget 2026, and just to 100,000 in year 2027. I won't go through all of them. I think I'll just I just highlight, and then we have education for the staff members, because there are a lot of changes that are happening in the world today and even in the societies. So we always find it good for them to keep up with the development. So in total, we are revising the budget to 28,178,112, and then to 31,011,415 for budget 2027. And then I go to member expenses. That constitutes the sitting allowances for the board members. We have the seminars. We have the AGM, and AGM we are proposing to increase the amount to 4,384,000 and to 4,735,000 for year 2027. Of course, because of the increases we have in the costs that from the providers. Then we have the member education. Member education at 6,299,393 and to 6,614,363 for year 2027. In total, in that line of member expenses, we are proposing to revise the budget from the initial 18,152,232 to 19,887,621 for year 2026, and to 20,069,779 for budget 2027. I go on to general expenses. I will highlight on the external and internal audit plus the system audit. It is a requirement that we must, of course, have a system audit every year. So 1,142,320 is our proposal for revised budget 2026, and 1,199,436 for budget 2027. We have the fees that we pay to SASRA. SASRA is paid 0.04% as supervision fee. So the bigger your asset base, the bigger the fee that you pay. That's the reason I have that figure 1,784,662 for revised budget 2026, and 2,259,375 for budget 2027. And then I will go on to the service charge. Service charge is what we pay in Commodore. And then we have the software maintenance expenses Of course, with the new system, it has got bigger maintenance. Then we have a figure of 450,000 for FOSA feasibility study. As the chair mentioned, that of course when you are, as we grow, we want to be totally digitized. So 450,000 is our budget for year 2026. In total, we have 18,186,403 for revised budget 2026 and 17,887,924 for budget 2027. And then we have the financial expenses. We look at the investment expenses. We normally pay our fund managers, of course, when we do the investment of the excess money that we have. 1.1 million is our revised amount from 1.8 and to 932,205 for 2027. In total, we are a revised expenditure of 68,452,306 and then to 70,914,573 for budget 2027. Members, you will allow me now to go to the capital expenditures for the current year and 2027. As per the chairman's report, we proposing to have the 250,000, of course, to redesign our website for 2026. We have the EDMS, which is the electronic data management system, where we want to reduce the amount of paper in the office. When you reduce the amount of paper in the office, of course, even the space is well taken care of at 4 million. We have 2 screens that we need to for in the server room at 120,000. We need additional desktop for the additional members of staff at 850,000. We have the PABX, the telephone exchange system in the office at 350,000. And we have workstations at 400,000. And then we have the FOSA infrastructure that we propose to have it in 2 phases. One phase in year 2026 and the next phase at year 2027 at 3,450,000 for each of the 2 years. In total, capex expenditure at 9,570,000 for revised budget 2026 and to 3,985,000 for budget 2027. Asante sana. Yes.
Thank you, Treasurer. That is the revised budget for the year 2026 and budget 2027 as required by law. We want to adapt that budget so that we can deliberate about it. So we need a proposer and a seconder.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Benedict Lubengo, Karen Blixen Camp, I propose.
Thank you. A seconder.
Steve Lecarcia, Maralesha, I second.
Thank you. Now we can deliberate about the budget. Any questions that needs to be asked? The floor is open.
Comment, clarification.
Hakuna maswali? questions, remarks, comments? Huko nyuma. People at the back.
Thank you very much, Madam Treasurer. I've just a concern with the high drop in investment income. I'm just curious to know whether there is whether there is a defined threshold or maybe a target for optimal balancing between investment and lending. I'm Lucy from NBOD.
Thank you. Zedekiah.
Thank you very much, Madam Treasurer. And what do I owe this honor to? Huh? Oh, okay. My sister and beyond. You see, the core service of the Sacco is to lend money to its members. Now that investment income only comes about when there's too much money. So that is a way of, instead of sitting on it, making it work for us. Kidogo. Now, the other side of that particular coin is that what we invest elsewhere other than what the Sacco was made for attracts income tax at a rate of 30% on 50% of that income. Paul, son, if I'm confusing you. In a nutshell, all the money should ideally be lent to members and will not pay any tax as a Sacco to the taxman. So the less we invest elsewhere, the better. But when there's a surplus, well, we'll keep it anywhere else it can earn some income. Asante sana. I hope it's clear.
Maybe to add, that's the reason why the amount of loans that has been lent to members has increased from 883 million to 1 billion. So automatically it means that we have more funds sitting with the members as opposed to having those funds elsewhere. And the best thing about when funds are sitting with your members, the interest that is earned from the loans it is tax-free. It is not taxed. That is what comes back to us in terms of interest. More questions at the back?
Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
It's just a slight observation on external and internal systems audit. So the actual budget in 2025 was 440, and then revised to 972, and then the budget came to 530. And now we have a revised budget like the double amount, which was from last year. And also just wanted clarification on that. And then also just noted like it's good that we did, some increase to the allowances with the members and also the committee, which is good for whatever is happening in the country. And I'm happy you did increase that allowances.
When we are doing the budget for 2026, we only considered the internal and external audit. So when the increase is because we have to do a system audit. It is a requirement under SASRA that every single year we must do a system audit. So we had to budget for it. Yeah. Because of what is happening with a lot of societies, of course now SASRA is tuseme wako na mikakati to make sure that members' funds are well taken care of. And part of them taking care of it is to make sure that even our systems are, fraud-free. So for us to make sure that, for them to make sure that part of your system is well taken care of, we must therefore do a system audit. Yes. Chair, with your permission, I think I am Oxford.
My name is Bernard. My concern is the committee, the members' expenses. We have committee sitting allowance, we have committee traveling allowance, then we have the seminar, then we have other committee expenses. What is that? Clarification on that.
Thank you. Let me assist the treasurer. As you know, the management of the society is pegged on the board. There is what we call seating allowance. When the committee is sitting on deliberations of matters pertaining to the board, they are given a seating allowance. Also, for the attendance of that meeting, there is what we call the travel allowance. And then there is committee expenses. The committee, when they go for businesses of the society, maybe there is tea, water, other. They are called other because they don't fall under sitting, they don't fall under travel. But this is in kind, not in cash. And maybe since Bwana Njoroge is here, maybe he can elaborate more, na tumemkaribisha sana for this meeting.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Let me start. So Njoroge Mwagi is my name, Cooperatives Officer, and I'm glad that members are following on the reports that are being presented. Maybe just as the issue that has been raised is that you know that you have elected your leaders, and the leaders have to, they don't do their work, it is the work of the society. So as the chair have indicated is that you see, when they are having meetings, they are compensated for the time they have taken in deliberating on the issues of the society. That is why the sitting allowance is there, and that allowance is only for those who attend. If a board member does not attend, do he or she qualify for a board sitting allowance? Alikaa wapi? Si alikuwa kwake? So it's only those who attended are compensated because umeenda shughuli zako, yeye ameenda shughuli za society. So that is why the sitting allowance is there. Then there is the traveling. When they are going for the issues of the society, that's why the consideration of they cannot use their finances. Chair hawezi tumia mafuta yake, gari yake kwa niaba ya society. So the society have to compensate for that. So that is why that consideration. And then when they are having meetings, hawezi kaa tu kwa mkutano bila kukunywa kachai, kama ni tumadazi kidogo na kasamosa, because they may have a meeting ya 2 hours, 3 hours, discussing issues of the society. As the chair indicated, si pesa wanapatiwa. Though the budget haitakwambia hizi walipatiwa, hizi hawakupatiwa. I believe it's on the sitting allowance ambayo anapatiwa to compensate that time. So that is why the consideration, it is in kind. It is in form of ofisi dio ina facilitate that kuensure wako na chai, wako na kila kitu, so that they can discuss. You see, when they are discussing your issues, lazima wawe comfortable. And that is why the consideration, also we consider that our leadership is always continuous. Yes, they have a sitting to discuss issues of the society, but even wakati yako kazini, bado wanafikiria mambo ya society. So leadership is continuous, but when amekuja kwa mkutano, hiyo ndio tu inajulikana, wanaongea mambo ya society. So that is the key consideration. Then you also consider the budget, that the income is a target, but expenses is not a target. They have to target to achieve the income. But for the expenses, that is the maximum they should spend, because that is what members approved. So however much there is that provision in the budget, they should target not to make use of everything, not to expend all what has been budgeted for. So that is the upper limit. So for the income is a target, expense is the upper limit. So wakitumia kidogo, the better to the society. So that is the key consideration the treasurer and the board should be considering, so that members can be able to improve, to get an improved returns at the end of the year. Asanteni.
Thank you, Bwana Njoroge. And also to add on to that, the number of meetings is also guided by the regulator to ensure that the board doesn't just meet for the purpose of meeting. There are those minimum, the number of meetings that are guided by SASRA. The other item is, on those allowances also, there is a 30% that goes to KRA in terms of tax. So at the end of the day, that figure which is there is a 30% for KRA. I hope that's a satisfactory answer. Thank you. Any other question to Treasurer on the budget?
That is clear. Thank you.
Good afternoon, member. Is it afternoon?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Concern. My name is Wilson to begin with. The cost for is quite substantial. So my concern was just, I know it's coming in two phases, about 3M. So in terms of if members really need force at this moment, I want to believe that probably a good study has been done or research. But my concern was, or my question is, do Kentours members really need FOSA at this level? Please, if you can just shed more light on that.
In the budget, we have 450,000 for feasibility study. When that feasibility study is done, that is what will tell us whether the members are ready for FOSA. So we budgeted it as on pending the outcome of the feasibility study. So if the feasibility study says no, then it means the 3.4 million will not use it. If the feasibility study says yes, then we spend the 3.4 million.
Let me add something on the FOSA. What the board is looking at is an additional line of income. The other item is, with the technology in place, it's only that the regulator will not license you for a virtual FOSA, because what we are looking at, if we have a FOSA, all these loans that we give to the members, they go to the FOSA account. And like whereby you apply for a loan, it's taken to your KCB, equity, all those accounts. Do you pay charges on those transactions that you make? So you are charged. Assuming those charges, instead of going to equity, KCB, because they benefit the shareholders of those financial institutions, if we have a FOSA, all those charges, the transactional charges, will be retained as an income within the society. So at the end of the day, it is an income generating line. And that's what the board is looking at. We did a feasibility study that was in 2022, and it was positive, and it's only year one whereby we were at loss according to the study, and year two just a minimal, but from year three going ahead, we were on income. Look at the MG sort facility that we patronize. I think the income for the year was about 11 million, and that is just a maximum of about 50,000, those who qualify for the maximum loan. So to me, we can even triple if we have a FOSA. I don't know whether that is satisfactory enough. The member who had the question? Are we okay? Thank you. Any other final question to the budget? If there is none, then we proceed. That is the budget that we shall work with for the year 2025, 2026, 2027. Did we get a proposal and a second? We need to get a proposal and a seconder for the budget.
My name is John Wayongo from Mangama Mara. I propose.
Wayongo proposes. A seconder for the budget. You don't want the budget for the society for the year 2026, 2027?
Zed Ongoma, Elewana Collection. I second.
Thank you. I know there are some resolutions that we will need to get proposals and a seconder, but we shall deal with them maybe towards the end. At this juncture, the next item in our agenda is appointment and confirmation of the auditor for the year that 1st December 2026. As our auditors highlighted, the term for the audit has come to the end because as per our policy, initially it was our internal policy that we have an auditor for a continuous 3 years, but this has come now into regulation by SASRA that an external auditor can audit your books for a continuous 3 years. And the 3 years for Henry and Smith has come to an end, and we appreciate them for the good work that they have done. Also, the regulation changed because one, the internal auditor has to come from a list of authorized auditors by SASRA, who are the regulators. Number two, the process now sits with the audit committee, who are supposed to vet for the external auditor. But in our case, we don't have an audit committee, and in terms of that is handled by the supervisory committee. So in the process, the supervisory committee did what is required, and I want to read the report that they have done. Kentours Sacco Supervisory Committee report on selection of external auditors. The Supervisory Committee received 7 applications from interested audit firms. All the firms have their names on the list of external auditors authorized and approved by SASRA to provide external auditing services to Sacco societies in Kenya. The Supervisory Committee sent requests for the firms to set their profiles and quotations to enable the Supervisory Committee know and evaluate them. This was geared towards making best choices as selection of external auditors is not just about compliance, but a fighting partner who understands the industry and provides rigorous second set of eyes to ensure financial integrity. The Supervisory Committee also wanted to get a firm that not only understands the Sacco movement, but also ready to offer valuable additional service to the Sacco. All the firms demonstrated good knowledge on Sacco matters and they had technical expertise and for qualifications required for audit firms. After receiving the profiles and quotations, Dunn and Associates quoted 928,000, while Crown Co LLP quoted Kenya shillings 2,992,800. The Supervisory Committee deemed these quotations way above our budget. I decided not to engage these firms further. This left 5 firms which did their presentation to the Supervisory Committee and had a good engagement that was valuable and assisted the team in making their final decision. They all had payment terms, 50% during the interim audit and a balance of 50% after presentation of the audit. Angre and Company, 1994, had a presentation and their quotation of Kenya shillings 174,000 was well within the budget. They sent only an audit senior. However, during the engagement, he lacked confidence disclosing various internal matters or firms they had engaged in the past, including names of firms and issues uncovered. The Supervisory Committee decided not to engage them further. Dakala Advisory 2024 made their presentation and the Supervisory Committee inquired on experience being a newly registered firm. During the discussion, they disclosed that they are breakaway from Ronalds and Associates. That's our former external auditors of the Sacco. They also more into advisory than audit. The Supervisory Committee team decided to have this matter aired at that point. So at the end of the day, they came up with the 3 names, that is Mwangi and Kamwala. Mwangi and Kamwala, they were registered in 2023. They have 3 audit partners, 18 number of staff, various SACCOs audited, and the fee was 174,000. And they ranked Mwangi and Kamwara as number 1. Maige Auka and Company, this was formed in 2023. They have 3 partners. The year fee was 178,300, and they ranked them as number 2. Bio Mohia and Associates, this was formed in 2007 with only 1 audit partner. The year fee was 423,400. So in terms of ranking by the Supervisory Committee, they ranked Mwangi and Kamwala as number 1, and Maige Auka and Company as number 2, Bio Mohia and Associates as number 3. And this letter is signed by Joseph Kalu as chairman, James Kamau as secretary, and Peterson Joka as a member. Maybe they can confirm that I have read the document that they presented. Joseph, the chair.
Yes, Chairman, that is what we did.
So they confirm that is what they did. So it is now for this AGM to go with the recommendation of the supervisory as ranked, that is Mwangi and Kamwala as number 1, or Maige, Auka and Company as number 2, or Bio, Mohia and Associates as number 3. So it's for us now, as the AGM, we select an auditor for the audit for this year, and we give them a term of 3 years, although every appointment is done during each and every AGM. now is open to the floor. The floor is open. If you want us to go with the proposal of Mwangi and Kamwala as our auditors, we need a proposer and a seconder. If you want Maige and Auka, who are ranked as number 2, to be our auditors, we need a proposer and a seconder. Or Bio, Moher and Associates, who is ranked number 3, we need a proposer and a seconder.
Bernard Mwangi, I propose Mwangi and Kamara.
Bernard Mwangi has proposed Mwangi and Kamwala as our auditors, a seconder.
Felix Leshan, Rocky Hila Moseli Sopa. I second Mwangi and Kamala advocate.
Asante. So that we are not confused, the proposer, Bernard Mwangi, is not associated with Mwangi and Kamwala. It's important to clarify that. So any other contrary opinion? So there's a proposal and a seconder that we go with Mwangi and Kamwala as recommended by the supervisory committee to be our auditors. Any contrary opinion? Those who say yes, raise up your hands. So, do we say the yes have it? Thank you. So, our auditors are Mwangi and Kamwala for the year 2026. Asanteni sana. At this point, now we invite address by the Ministry of Cooperatives, represented by Bwana Joroge. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Board members, members of Kentours Sacco. Hamjaboni. Kentours regulated non-withdrawable deposit taking Sacco. That is your current name, because you are now regulated by SASRA. My name is Joroge Mwangi, Cooperatives Officer, Dagoretti Sub-County, and I'm glad that we are here today. Members are here today, the leadership is here today, and the government is part of this meeting, all to ensure that we receive the reports of the performance of your society for the last financial year, where you are receiving the reports, getting to know the performance of the society and what is happening in your society. Because you are the owners of this society and also the customers. The performance that was presented through the audit report was as a result of your participation in the business of this society, because you are the customers. Cooperatives are there to empower members financially. The society is still growing. If you consider in terms of assets, there is a growth in your society. We also expect the same to be seen in the membership, because a growth from 1.39 to 1.63 billion is a growth. So it means that you are actually participating actively in the business of your society, and also in terms of savings. Without savings, we may not be able to see the growth in loans to members, because it is the savings that facilitates the growth in loans to members. That is a key achievement in your society, and you can be able to say you have done it. And you still continue to do it as the government is part of this growth, ensuring that we have a conducive environment for the growth of the cooperative movement. By the look of the performance of your society, and also in terms of considering that you are regulated by SASRA, SASRA checks the prudential standards, whether you are able to meet them. Because by meeting those standards, we can consider a stability in the society that you are in. And more so in terms of the capital adequacy ratios. Those are the key ratios that some cooperatives are not able to achieve. In terms of the core capital to total assets, a minimum of 8%, you're able to achieve over 10%. Core capital of not less than 5% of the total deposits, you have been able to achieve above 13%. There are some societies which are still below these ratios, and SASRA is hard on them to ensure they achieve those ratios so that the stability of the society can be okay. It's also considered that the retained earnings, that is the reserves and retained earnings, should be not less than 50% of the core capital. You have been able to achieve over 65%. That is the institutional capital for a non-withdrawable deposit-taking society. However, I have heard that your wish through the leadership is to transition from a non-withdrawable DT Sacco to a deposit-taking society. There are so many benefits relating to that. Because as the chair indicated, is that it's another line of business. Remember the third rule, the labor law that requires that you have to go home with a minimum of a third of your earnings. But once you establish a FOSA is where we have all the banking facilities. Then you can have a situation where one key line of business, instead of passing your salary through the commercial banks, your society becomes your bank. That your pay point becomes Kentours Sacco. A charge that you pay to the bank, either it's 100, 200, 300, if all the members of Kentours Sacco were to channel their salaries through the society, with just a charge of 100 shillings, see, that's a good amount of money. Even if you are around 4,200 members, if 4,000 members channel their salary through the Sacco, with only 100 shillings, hizo ni pesa gapi per month? 4,000 members times 100, that's 400,000. That's just 1 month an income ambayo umepata. See, that is an amount that can be able to cater maybe for the salaries per month. I don't know how much that the society pays per month, but has it not assisted the society in achieving some of or ensuring that the expenses are catered for? So that is one line of business. Then to the members, once you channel your salary through the society, then you can be able to have products that we call FOSA loans. That instead of channeling your salary to the bank, you can also get, because the society already wameconsider a third, si hiyo a third inaenda kwa bank. Bank inaangalia hii 1/3, tunaweza patia huyu customer wetu. You know, to a bank you are a customer. This customer anaweza patiwa kamkopo. They market their products to you as members because of that that goes to the bank. Suppose it comes to the Sacco. Then the FOSA products, FOSA loans, on top of that you can take more loans. These are known as FOSA loans, and therefore you are able to get more loans that have a charge that is less than what the commercial banks provide, and therefore a benefit to members. So that is where the key consideration that the leadership of your society are considering, can we have the feasibility study so that you can be able to tell, can we proceed with the FOSA application through the SASRA? And this is why we consider that we transition from non-withdrawable to a deposit-taking Sacco, so that you can have withdrawable accounts. You can be able to deposit, you can be able to withdraw, from that account within your circle. So all your banking services are led by the society. However much, once we transition to the deposit taking, now the institutional capital will be able to change. From the 50% of the total core capital, now it is considered to be not less than 8% of the total deposits or the total assets. So that 8% being the consideration, however much it's not in the statistics of your society, but the leadership have considered that what is our core capital ratio? I mean the institutional capital ratio. They have found it is at 5.06%. But the requirement is 8%. Hence, they need to start thinking, how can we grow that? But once members approve the consideration of the feasibility study, then the leadership can be able to figure out how do we grow that institutional capital from 5.06 to 8%. But SASRA requires to be given information on how are you intending to grow that. Then members, through the chairman's report, there was a consideration on the commissioner's circular that was issued in June last year of the delegate system, and that the chair was able to place members on the requirements of that delegate system that required that societies that have membership of 5,000 and above can be able to transition to the delegate system. This is where instead of members attending general meetings, we have delegates. We come up with sections, units, zones, where members can be able to get representatives. So if maybe the employer becomes like the zone, then they can be able to come up with a structure or a policy that can be able to guide how many delegates per member do we require. So that if your employer or your company have like 200 members, and if the consideration is for every delegate, for 100 members, we get 1 delegate. It means they can get like 2 delegates. If another company have 500 members, they can get 5 delegates. So those delegates are the ones now to be transacting on behalf of members, transacting in terms of during the AGM. They are the ones to discuss business of the society. All this was considered to be to ensure that we have meetings that have a smaller number of members, because, for example, today, out of the over 4,000 members, how many members are in attendance today? Approximately how many, Chairman? Ni hawa tu wako ama kuna wengine wako online? 250 in total, online and physical. Physical 250. The point that I wanted to drive, Bwana Chair, is in terms of those who never attended the meeting, how they get information. Because once we come to a delegate system, the delegates have a duty to place members on what was happening. However much the Commissioner Circular indicated that the society needs to devise an effective mechanism to appraise the general membership of the affairs of the society. It starts with the delegates. After the AGM, they need to take information to the members so that members can be informed. A delegate is a representative of members so that they can be able to inform members what happened during the AGM. But today, those who never attended, there is no member who have a duty to inform the members who never attended. So that is where the consideration, so that every member can be able to have that information, a delegate system can be the way out. So this was considering the different challenges faced by cooperatives when they are having general meetings. We have societies with so many members that they cannot fit in a room, in a hall like this one, because it is known many members attend general meetings. So they only attend those meetings in a stadium, because that is the only available space for them. So what decision can be done or can be approved in a stadium where members have attended? Very few members will be able to give information. So those are the different challenges that were considered. However much your society may not have such challenges, but there are small challenges that need to be considered so that now the delegate system can be able to sort them out. So your current active members, I found it's about 4,200. You are heading towards the 5,000. Because the dormant members are around 800. If the dormant members are able to activate their membership, you'll be at more 5,000 and above. That is where the consideration of the leadership, that can we start the process? And the process starts by informing members. So that once members have information, then they can be able to approve the resolution. But I understand this is the starting point. So, Chair, my consideration would be that because you are heading towards the 5,000, we start informing members of the delegate system so that maybe come the next AGM, then the approval can be given. Once the leadership have put all the structures in place, come up with the units, the zones, the representation, the qualifications for a delegate. For you to be a delegate, there must be some qualifications. The same way for you to be a board member, see, there are qualifications to be considered. Those requirements, all that information, you come up with those informations in form of now the elections policy, include that information, the zones, the units, how the members will be represented. Then we give all that information to the members so that now come the next AGM, members can now be ready to approve the resolution to transition to the delegate system. So that you can be able to approve a resolution which you have information. So I think that is the key consideration that we can be able to have so that in the next AGM, the leadership can be able to find, even if, I believe you go to the units to pass information, members education. Those are the units now that you can be able to make use of, so that all the members can have that information. However much I believe we have unit representatives in some of the units that are not within Nairobi. Now those are then the persons we can be able to consider as the delegates. But members still on the ground needs to get that information that we are transitioned to the delegate system. Because I believe, however much they have representatives, even if a member was around within Nairobi, na ametoka from a unit that is in maybe huko Narok, see, the member can still come to the AGM because it is still a membership system. But once we transition to the delegate system, then not any person can attend the meeting. You have to be an elected delegate. So that is the key consideration that we can have, because this forms the starting point of informing members of that commissioner circular for purposes of ensuring that we achieve the delegate system for any society with membership of above 5,000. So with that, Chair, allow me to end my remarks at that point so that we can be able to go to the next agenda, and that is on elections. I believe that is so, Bwana Chairman, so that I can be able to inform members that elections is not just a one-day affair, it's a process. It's a process that the society have decided that we need to have. So we have a nominations committee that is comprised of our office, the CEO, and the advocate, and the auditors to go through the documentation so that members can be informed of when the process starts. And so with that, the process started when a notice was issued, and the notice had a deadline where those who are willing to be elected, those who wish to be elected in the forthcoming AGM, which is today, where positions will be falling vacant, they can be able to apply so that the nominations committee can be able to check whether they meet the requirements, and if they meet, then they can be presented to the AGM for elections. So with that, the deadline was 27th of January, and by the deadline of that notice, the committee had received 4 applications. So before the applications, allow me to present those board members and supervisory who are retiring today by rotation, because that retires by rotation. So with that, we have 3 board members, and that is Edwin Omondi Aluomo, who is retiring today. David Akwapi. Edwin Omondi. Yeah, Edwin Omondi. Number 2, we have Lilian Wero, retiring today by rotation. Number 3, we have John Gedhuku Nganga, retiring today by rotation. So the 3 are retiring in the board, and for the supervisory committee, you have Joseph Kalu. Now there are 4, 3 in the board and 1 in the supervisory committee, retiring by rotation. And therefore, you declare the 4 positions vacant. And that is the information that was related to members in that notice, that these positions will be falling vacant. Hence, the need to apply for anyone who is willing to vie for those positions. Therefore, you can take your seats. Now we have 4 vacant positions, 3 in the board and 1 in the supervisory committee. And therefore, by the deadline of 27th of January, we had received 4 applications. And I believe you saw the notice, you received the notice. So that all members, because members have rights, a right to elect and be elected to any organ of the society. And so with that, the applications that we received were 1 from Edwin Omondi Oluomo. Anaweza simama tena. Because those who are retiring are eligible for re-election. You also received for Lilian Waluguru Wero and for John Gedhuku Nganga. For the board, we received only 3. However much you consider members have rights to elect and to be elected, the time that you are to get that opportunity was by way of application. So only those who are retiring applied. For the supervisory committee, also received 1 for Joseph Mushori Kalu. So those are the 4 applications we received. We went through the applications and the documentation, and we found that they met the requirements as per the society's bylaws and elections policy. So with that, because they showed willingness to be re-elected, therefore it implies each needs to get a proposer and a seconder so that they can be candidates. So I will start with Edwin Omondi. We get a proposer for Edwin.
Zed Ongoma Elewana Collection, I propose Edwin.
Zed Ogoma. Seconder.
Zadok Sianzui Mbwakam, I second.
Sijashika jina vizuri.
Zadok Sianzui.
Zedok. Yes. Sianzui. Okay, so now Edwin is a candidate. Number 2, we have Lilian Waluguru. Let's get a proposer and a seconder for Lilian.
Wanjohi, I propose.
Wanjohi nani?
Jesse Wanjohi, I propose.
Jesse. Seconder?
Maria Getty, Leopard Hill, I second.
Maria?
Getty.
Getty.
Yeah.
Thank you. So now Lilian is a candidate. Number 3, I have John Gedhuku Nganga, proposer.
David Gaido, I propose.
David Gaido. Seconder?
Wajohi Simon from Nakuru Super Lodge. I second.
Wajohi Simon seconds, and therefore John Gedhuku is now a candidate for the positions in the board. For the supervisory committee, I have Joseph Muchori. Sorry for that, Koru. Let me get a proposer and a seconder.
Thomas Amwata, A&K, propose.
Thomas Amwata, seconder.
James Lekada, Hatuengo Africa, I second.
James?
Lekada.
Lekana.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very good name.
Okay, thank you. So now Joseph Kalu is also a candidate. And now considering that for the board, The number of positions that were available were 3, and I have 3 candidates, that is Edwin, Lillian, and John. I will therefore declare them elected and opposed to join the board of directors for another term of 3 years. And therefore, congratulations to the 3, Edwin, Lillian, and John. There is always room for improvement, because next time you may not tell whether you'll have others applying so that they can also take those positions. But I believe they found you can still continue. So with that, I declare the 3 elected and opposed. Then for the supervisory committee, Joseph Karu, 1 candidate, 1 vacant position, and therefore I will also the same declare Joseph elected and opposed to serve in the supervisory committee for another term of 3 years, and the same congratulations to Joseph. So with that, the 4 have been elected and opposed, and congratulations to the 4. Tuwapigie makofi. Thank you. You can take your seats. Now you are duly elected for another term of 3 years. And so with that, we conclude on that agenda of elections. For the resolutions, I hope, Chair, you'll be taking them through. Okay, thank you, members, for participating in elections. And every year we have elections. So once you get the notice, those who wish to lead your society, those who have the qualifications, can be able to apply, so that we can be able to see a competition where members are vying for positions. But if you feel you are satisfied with the work that is done by those who are there, then it's your choice as members. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joroge, for that time you have taken for the items that were in our agenda. We are almost coming to an end. At this time, we need to do presentation of the words. This will be guided by Vice Chair Edwin, and also taking us through some resolutions that needed proposers and seconders. Karibu.
Thank you, Bwana Chair, for this opportunity once more, and to the members, on behalf of the new board members that you have given a fresh mandate today. I say a big thank you, more so for the trust and the confidence you've had on us. We've steered your circle through very turbulent and very good times. And whatever we are posting currently is as a combined hard work of this entire board members, and we'll continue exercising our mandate. Also, to let you know that the vetting process, as the bar has been raised. The bar has been raised because you are bringing in a lot of money. We are a 1 billion plus circle, and therefore those you put into the leadership must be those above reproach and up to the task. At some point we'll have to leave the scene. If by then we will not have gone delegates proper, still membership, that honors task will still rest on you to elect members of the board. And that responsibility require vigilance, because what you are having here now can even collapse within a twinkle of an eye if you do not have the right leadership in your circle. I'm reminded in other quarters, quoting from the good book of Proverbs 29, verse 2, that when the righteous are in authority, what happens? The people rejoice. But when a wicked man rules, what happens? The people groan. You can decide whether you have the right people in leadership or the wrong people. The jury is out there. But nevertheless, asanteni sana for the faith and the trust you had on us as a board. Going back to the chair's message, there are still some resolutions that you need to give us permission by approving. One is the maximum borrowing power of the society, which we have proposed to move to 50 million to cushion us in case of any eventuality that perhaps we run out of good liquidity. 50 million is what we are proposing this year to be the maximum borrowing power. And of course, I said this is subject to approval through our regulator and our supervisor when we get there. So I'll need a proposer and a seconder to have our maximum borrowing power for the next financial year to 50 million by name. Proposer and seconder.
Benedict Walubengo, Karen Blixen, I propose.
Seconded by
Manfred Narida, Saroni Basecamp, I second.
Thank you. Another one specific is for the board to initiate the FOSA feasibility study or all the services that require us to go FOSA. We need a proposer and a seconder to start with that feasibility, even though the amount factored in the budget was already approved when we were approving the budget, but we want your blessing for us to continue the process of going the FOSA way. Proposer and a seconder.
Anne Mwaura, Sanctuary Tambarare, I propose.
Anne Mwaura proposes that we initiate the process of FOSA.
Angela Kingori, Elewana, I second.
Angela seconds. I think those are the major ones. The others were already approved in other considerations. And of course, we have been given more details on matters relevant to delegate system. The board will initiate the necessary process to ensure that you are fully enlightened on that system. And when the bylaw amendment is required, perhaps by then we'll seek that approval in the upcoming AGM. So those are the items that we needed to close under the chairman's message. So that we go to the next item on the program, that is number 12, presentation of the awards. We have two categories of presentation. The trophies, that is relevant to the best performing units or employer organizations during that financial year. And we also have individual awards, those individual members who did well in comparison to the others during the same period of consideration. So first I will list the companies, and I would request if there are members of those companies present just to come in front here and queue in that order, so that when we start giving presentation, we'll do all those presentations at once. One, we are considering the best performing unit in membership year 2025. That unit recorded the highest number of Sacco members. That one will go to Elewana. So Elewana, a big clap for them. And if they are there, may that team come in front here. Now, just continue coming in front. Group Elewana here in front. We'll also consider the second trophy to be the most supportive unit in remittance in the year 2025. The collections we received from that unit, all the contributions, they emerged number one, and that unit is still Elewana collection. Makofi kwao. The team from Elewana, I want you to move up to this end. Up to this end, we create more space there. Now, number three was the second best supportive unit in remittance. Those that followed Elewana very closely, and that year, Angama overtook A&K. Where are Angama? Makofi kwao. Follow in that line. Follow in that line. The fourth trophy went to the most improved unit in membership growth. From that unit, when we look at the statistics, they recruited the highest number during that year, above any other unit. And that one went to Tribe Hotel. Any members of the Tribe Hotel? Wakuje huku mbele. Yes, the Tribe Hotel, if they towards the end, the Tribe Hotel, in that order. So, Bwana Chair, you can come forward and present to Angama about three trophies. The other one that they emerged number one was the best unit in patronizing of Sacco products. Remember, it has been recorded that our loan book increased, that members took more loans in the last financial year. Tukiangalia majority were in that unit. Elewana, wapigie makofi. So, those presenting the trophies, I want number one, the best performing in membership, the most supportive in remittance, and the best unit in patronizing Sacco products to come together. Bwana Chair, hand over those trophies to Elewana team. You can give, as you greet each one of them, you give one trophy. They hold for you. You cannot hold the three. They are not yours. It is for Elewana, so don't hang on to it. But the photos you are allowed to have with Elewana. Makofi kwao tena. The cameraman, if you are done, then the team Elewana, you can go back and continue the good works that you are doing. Next is Angama. Move closer. treasurer follows suit. Angama is running with the second best supportive in remittance, the second best supportive in remittance. Give it to Team Angama. We are grateful as the board for your support in remittance. Madam CEO Susan, we have the Tribe Hotel running with the trophy for the most improved unit in membership growth. Kujeni karibu katikati, a lot of confidence. Thank you, Tribe Hotel. And I can assure you this team here, even in recruitment, soon, watawaonyesha dust. Awachezi, congratulations, the photo team. I go to the next lot. One is the most improved unit in remittance. Tukiangalia that year, the way they increased the level of their remittance was above any other unit. Offbeat Maracamp, are you in-house representative from Offbeat Maracamp? Kuja mbele. They are not there, so that trophy will be kept by the office and they'll find a way to deliver it to Offbeat Maracamp. We also have the second best unit in patronizing of Sacco products. Huko pia loan watu walikamata kabisa. After Elewana, they were the second. Atua and COP. Do we have members from Atua and COP? Wakuje hapa mbele. Representatives from Atua and COP as a group, kujeni hapa mbele. All units, yes. Songeni hapa. Atua and COP. We also had the most efficient unit in remittance payment 2025. Yani hawa hautawagongea mlango amjalipa rent. Very efficient in paying. Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers. Makofi kwao. Hotel keepers, where are you? Representatives? Kenya Hotel Keepers will keep that trophy for them to be handed. And the last in trophies category, the leading unit in product excellence with focus on quality. Product, wamechukua loan, wanalipa on time, they have not defaulted, nobody is knocking at their door. Hawana guarantor issues. IB's Tours and Travel. Representatives from IB's Tours. Team Atua and COP, songa hapa mbele. On secretary, can you hand over the trophy for Atua, having given Elewana a run for their money as the best in patronizing Sacco products. Next time we want to see you number one. Chair Supervisory, come and honor the IB's Tours and Travel team. They lead in product excellence. Kai vizuri, photo team are guiding you accordingly. Thank you. We go to individuals category. These people continue to do marvelous, and they trust the Sacco a lot, that they can chance all their savings with the Sacco to the highest they can. We start with the highest saver. In the Sacco year 2025, he has saved number one highest of all 4,200 plus members from a unit called Union Green Logistics, and this is Bwana Humphrey Kimani. Makofi kwake. I think if we were having this trophy for keeps, yes, a member from Union Green Logistics to come and have a photo on behalf of Mr. Humphrey Kimani being the highest saver. Maurice, you are confident that the trophy or the award can go to Green Logistics? Picha kwake. Asante sana. Following Bwana Humphrey closely, still from Elewana, Angela Wairimu Kingori. Makofi kwake. Bwana Patterson, you are Mikato. This is Elewana, so there is no conflict of interest. And you face the camera and smile. Thank you. Next award is to the most knowledgeable member of Sacco products. This individual knows all the products we have in the Sacco, knows the terms and conditions of taking these products, and knows that you have to balance them within what you are getting. That only needs a genius. Some of us are even scared taking the first loan. Mr. Erastus Gidenji Kenywa Maniago. Any person from, that is the gentleman Erastus Gidenji Maniago, and I'll ask who is this? James, you are not from Maniago. No, the one to hand over to Erastus Gidenji or Maniago team. Focus kwa camera. Thank you. When we say that we have improved on the loan book, hawa wametusaidia sana. Share capital holding. Other than saving, there are those that have kept their shares high in the society. And when the savings are rewarding you with 10.5, the shareholding is at 15.5. You will decide whether you want to buy more shares or no. That's a personal decision. But in 2025, this individual had the highest shares in the Sacco. It's an individual, I'm not sure, Stephen Charagu Njuguna. Stephen Charagu Njuguna Is he around? Is not around. I just think maybe it's an individual member, but that award will be kept for Stephen by the Sacco and ensure that it gets to him. The next trophy is the most improved saver. That year, Nani will save at a higher rate than all of us. I can be saving 100,000 per month, but another one is saving 10,000 per month. Yeah, when we look at the rate at which they have improved their savings that year, wameweka pesa zaidi ya kila mtu. The most improved saver was Julius Barnai Lorita Co. That sounds Masai name. Is Julius Barnai around? Or anyone who knows where that individual comes from? Makofi kwake tena. The Sacco will ensure we have traced the most improved, and the one that followed him on the second slot very closely was Phyllis Wairimu Mbugua. Phyllis Wairimu Mbugua, makofi kwake. Is Phyllis in-house? I understand. Who? Macharia? Yes. Phyllis Macharia. They share first name? Yes. Okay. Phyllis Macharia? Oh, fine. Makofi kwake. You are taking for Phyllis Wairimu Mbugua as the second most improved saver in that year. Where is that trophy? Yes, and I'll ask John Nganga kuja upeane hiyo trophy kwa Phyllis Wairimu. We are done with the awards. The next on the agenda is number 13. We'll invite our sister company, Kentours Housing. Are you in-house? Come and sell your plots kindly and ensure kila mtu ameponyoka na kaplot sasa hivi. Asante.
Good afternoon, members. Last but not least in the agenda today, we finish with a presentation from Kentours Housing. I think when we all getting in, we got a small brochure of what housing is. My name is Ngure Karaoke or Anderson, a Kentours member, and also I'm a board member of Kentours Housing. I'm currently the treasurer, looking after the finances. I'll just do a small brief presentation of what Kentours Housing is and what it does. Foundation. Our society was founded on the 19th of August 2010 with a vision to empower members to acquire properties affordably and effortlessly. The founders, inspired by the belief that more Kenyans can own decent housing, committed to transform the industry through the provision of unique models that make housing more affordable to our stakeholders. The vision laid the foundation for what has become one of the best society in the country. Over the years, we have continued to offer our members affordable and prime plots and we look forward to even better. Our mission statement. Our mission is to provide innovative and sustainable housing solutions that empower our members with secure home ownership and long-term financial growth. Our vision statement is sustainability and impact, future-oriented goals, nationwide presence, and diversity. We aim to serve diverse markets and age groups. I'll now go to, that is just a brief of what our main thing is. Then we have what is to be a member of Kentours Housing, the membership requirements, the membership fees. We charge 2,000 shillings as membership fee and 200 shillings for the bylaws that govern the society. Then we have what is actually a core capital, which is a share capital. Our shareholders pay 75,000 minimum share capital on joining, payable in 36 months. So the share capital to actually join the society is actually payable, is spread within a period of 3 years to actually lessen the burden of members who will actually want to join. So actually, the share capital of 75 is payable within 36 months at a fee of 2,084 shillings on a monthly basis. Then we have the core business. Currently, our core business is actually property sale. Our primary revenue stream is generated from the sale of properties. And this only works in a way whereby we actually utilize economies of scale. We actually buy bigger chunks of land, subdivide it, and actually sell to our members at a low price or affordable price, at actually more at cost. Then we have the investment, which we're actually trying to get into this year, is mobilize investor resources and investment in various platforms for maximize of their returns. What we actually trying to achieve this year is actually to do houses. There's a plot, we have gotten into some agreement, some engagement with a company called Onsite Limited, who actually can do houses for our members. It's a plot, it's an idea that we want to explore this year, and currently we are thinking of doing some kind of houses on the sides of Nimrod Road, on Kamuru Road. Those who know the eastern part of Nairobi, kenda upande ya Kangundo Road, mahali kuna itango Nimrod, kuna nyumba tunataka kuanza kujenga upande hiyo. So far, I'll go to milestones, what we have done. We have actually done some kind of plots. Initially, we have actually 11 projects done fully, and sold and title deeds issued. We have 2 ongoing projects. Some of the shareholders have actually developed and settled in the project on the projects. Then there is also, I'll go fast. Next clip, please. Good. Company growth. There is early funding. Great support came from our pioneer shareholders who undertook a funds drive and contributed for our first project in Kitengela in exchange for plots, fueling growth and enabling our market expansion. Business model, we have established a strategic plan which acts as a guide in the daily running of the society. This has enabled us to know the emerging trends in the market in order to boost customer satisfaction and competitiveness. Then there's strategic acquisitions. Our projects have been strategically placed for easier settlements which enhances shareholders' growth and propel society growth and market dominance. Target market force. We conduct member survey to enable us focus on specific markets, which let us tailor our products or projects for unique needs, increasing satisfaction and loyalty. Then we have what I would actually call competitive edge when you buy with us. All our properties that we've engaged for the last, I think, 15 years, we've actually had to do a lot of due diligence conducted on the pieces of land we buy, because as we all know, land is a very emotive thing. Our prices are actually inclusive of the title deed processing. Our plots are in eco-friendly areas, and also we have, the main thing is actually flexible installment payments. We actually try to mold our payment structure in such a way that the payment for the plots is within is friendly to the buyers or to our members. Accountability and transparency in our conduct, and obvious, the main one is also focus on our customer needs. We also have a small clip of all the plots that we have done. I think that's the plots we've actually engaged so far. And up to date, since we started buying and selling the plots, we've actually sold 417 plots. Our last 2 plots is what we are calling Nimrod 2, which has 24 plots. Then I'll go to, that's a Nimrod plot. That is the new project that we are in. We are selling an 8th at 580. Non-shareholders, this is non-members, is 690. And then we have a special payment for installment payment at the bottom of 18 months, which is actually 34,000 shillings for the plot, which comes to around 620. Currently, the plots that we are selling at 580, the market value is roughly between 720, 740. So you can actually see there's some kind of economics of sales or some big savings you can actually get if you buy with us. 2, there's another plot that we are doing. Now, this is a plot that we want to see whether we can do some kind of houses on it. It's Nimrod 2, same side on this side of Nairobi, for those who are new in Nairobi. It's on Kangundo Road. We try to see whether we can actually do houses at good prices and affordable to our members. Beautiful view for those who can see. Okay, these are pictorial, but it's actually from on the ground. It's not an AI. It's actually how the place looks like, a good place for investments. And for those who would want to settle on that side, this is a place I'll actually encourage you to get into. So move on. There is also Mala. I think we have a plot that is actually remaining, only 1 plot that is remaining on that side. Oh, sorry, 3 plots remaining on that side. Sorry, I had forgotten that. Not a bad place. Same case on that Kangundo Road. One of the things that I think I mentioned when I was starting is that we do request our members to actually tell us where they would like us to buy the plots we own. So we kind of a survey. The feedback we've gotten for the last 2 years is that most members prefer on that side. However, that does not mean that's the only area we concentrate on. Currently, there is a survey going on where members would like us to invest. And the feedback, just to give a hint, is that there's an area called Kimuku on this side of Suswa Ngong Road. Those side, you know, Ngong, that side. We've gotten some very encouraging, and I think in the next 2 weeks, we should be able to meet sellers or brokers and landowners who are actually disposing land on that side. There's some good appetite on that side of Ngong, Kimuku area, the road that goes Ngong, Suswa route up to Suswa. There's some great appetite, and we tend to think on that. However, if members come with plots, areas where they think they would like to get, I think we had some plots in Narok. Some years back, we got into Narok. They were all bought up by members. It's an idea that maybe members can actually come and see us. Then I think, just to go on, Sari, thank you. This is just an obligation of what you need to do for those who already know. I think I will not dwell on that. I'll just go to the last part, which is actually kind of what I would call referrals and incentive. In a way of boosting our revenue and also trying to speeding up the sale, we have kind of what we call incentive to people who will actually sell on our behalf. They'll always enjoy what you call referral incentive. Cash sales, you get 10,000 shillings for referring a person who pays by cash. And installment sales, you get 5,000 shillings. However, the 5,000 shillings is payable when the person finishes paying the 3rd installment. I've said we pay in installments. So if you're payable, maybe in 18 installments. So if he finishes the first 3 installments, you definitely earn your commission. That is if you refer somebody who gets in and buys a plot. Then there is also additional enjoyment of a commission of 3% for plots in Kantafu and Mala. This applies to sales made to non-shareholders. If you notice there, we have prices for both members and non-shareholders. So if you are able to sell to a non-shareholder, there's always what you call a 3% commission earned. And in brief, that is all that I have for Kentours Housing. On behalf of the entire board of Kentours Housing, I would like to thank our mother Sacco. They have always held us. They're good with us, housed us for the last, I think, 15 years. We thank you and appreciate you, and thank you all.
That's the presentation from the housing wing of the Sacco. Chair, the floor is yours before I take a few questions on behalf of housing. Any question for Anderson or the plots? A pressing one or two questions? Currently we are at those sides of Kangundo Road. 3 plots are still remaining up for sale. If you are interested, get in touch with Timothy or Anderson before we leave, so that you can be guided accordingly how to secure a plot. Kule Murang'a huwa tunatoka tunasema mtu ni nini? Mtu ni shamba. Kama una shamba hata tujui uko wapi. Asante sana.
Thank you, Edwin, and thank you, Anderson, for the presentation on behalf of Kentours Housing. We are almost coming to an end because the agendas remaining is AOB, for which notice has been given, and I don't think we got any, Honorable Secretary. There is none. The other item to the end is a vote of thanks, and before we do vote of thanks, we have the Director of Cooperatives for Nairobi County, Madam Aren Mo, and we'll give her an opportunity to say something. Karibu sana, Director.
Chairman and the board, the supervisory committee, all invited guests, members, good afternoon. Salamiane kwa hewa. Thank you so very much. I know you have had a heavy day today. My name is Dolphin Aremo, the Director of Cooperatives, Nairobi City County. I recognize new members who could be attending this for the first time. We also would like to tell you that today is a very heavy day. That is why Njoroge came, assisted with the elections, and is gone to Kona, previously known as Safaricom. However, you are all important to us, and that's why we create time, however little, to always come and be with you. Our role in the county chair is to promote growth and development of cooperatives. As a county, we have over 5,000 cooperatives. Majority of them are savings and credit. I would like to appreciate your performance. I have looked through your good books, and the return on investment that you are giving is one of the highest since we started our AGMs and ADMs this year. Somebody has clapped, and that one, I think you need to clap for yourselves. I want to share with you the reforms that we have in the cooperative sector. This year, Chairman, SASRA gave some directives that they need at least 2 weeks with the books of accounts. That explains the reason why a few SASCOs that normally do their AGMs in January, including Shirika, was not able to do so. We did it in February because there was a lot of back and forth. SASRA wants a few questions answered. And I think also it's because of what happened in Cusco. That is why we need more time. Again, SASRA required you not to issue any notice of a meeting before the accounts are registered. You noted in the accounts that this time the CEO and the finance manager signed. It's a new requirement. Chair, we are simply saying that we want to hold everyone accountable. In the past, we have had instances where the board signs the accounts, then the management staff say that is not what we had recommended. You know, sangine dividends inakuwa dividends ya politics. So this time that is not there. We are holding all of them accountable, and that is why the CEO and the finance manager have signed the accounts. Last year, the Commission of Cooperatives released a circular that all cooperatives with a membership of 5,000 gets to a delegate system. The chairman in his report has also reported that. Looking at your numbers, already you are at 5,103, although quite a number are also dormant. We need to clean our books, but now we need to start sensitizing our members on the importance of getting to delegate system. in the wisdom of the commissioner, we have some cooperatives where you have to go to the stadium. You can imagine the cooperative with the highest number in Nairobi County is 400,000. I don't know which stadium those numbers would fit, but even if you are to have a meeting, then a few individuals who are active who would sit in front are the ones who will be able to benefit from having the microphone. That therefore would leave others out. So let us work on that. It entails amending our bylaws. It entails coming up with policies. Then again, another new development, we have the review of the Act. We have been talking about it for quite some time. The bill has successfully gone through the two houses. It is now under mediation. Mediation because there are a few areas that the two houses were not able to come to an agreement, and so the negotiations are still going on. One of them is about what we are talking about now, term limit. It has also come to the cooperative movement. We wanted your input. Should board members go for 1 term, 2 terms? There is also another school of thought that 1/3 by rotation is it itself a term limit, because once you finish your term and you go back to the members, then the members will take a decision whether you need to continue or take a commercial break. I know you have done your elections, and I was looking at the vetting process where my office presided over, and we only had the candidates equivalent to the positions. Members, we want to encourage you to create interest in running your organization. You're a billionaire Sacco, and in Nairobi County, you fall in our club of billionaires because we have 77 billionaires. And so we would wish that there is some competition. When we have more of you creating interest here, then we see that this society for sure is a going concern. So next time, let us get some competition. I know this time it was a little easy. Also an indication that those who are there did a good job, and so you didn't see the need of coming to compete with them. And so vetting is a process that is mandatory for all SACCOs. I know as a county we have 47 deposit-taking SACCOs, and the non-deposit-taking SACCOs are 135 out of a portfolio of 178. We are also privileged to be hosting some of the strong cooperatives in Africa. One of them, the strongest, is Mwalimu National, with a portfolio of 76 billion in terms of total assets, followed by Stima Sacco with 75. You can see that race, the difference of $1 billion. And the number 3 is a Police Sacco with 66 billion, followed by number 4, Harambe Sacco, Unite Us, Afia, UN, some of which have not done their AGMs, but they are in the process. So we value you, we appreciate you as a billionaire cooperative. As members, we encourage you to save as much as you can, because we believe in the cooperative movement. We are already in Singapore, because there's nothing you cannot get here. We have already been told about Shamba wa Mogoda. You only need to come and take a Sacco loan if you qualify, get the Shamba, build some houses, rent out. You don't need to fly to go all the way to Singapore. Singapore is here with us. As I conclude, allow me to share with you some of the challenges we are going through in the cooperative movement. One of them is the aspect of governance. And that is why, looking at you, I'm seeing a very serious group that is putting your board of directors on toes. I'm in charge with the responsibility of registering cooperatives. That there are some you register and they don't see the second birthday. So sometimes we take this for granted, but it's for sure a fact. Governance is a serious issue. Another one is non-remittance, where some employers deduct from you but do not remit to the organization, to your Sacco. That the net effect is that you are not able to get loans in time. When you don't get loans, then we also don't get the interest, and the return to the members becomes another problem. Then there's the aging membership. They may not affect you so much, but in some of the government organizations where the SACCOs are drawn from, you go there and you find out that I am the youngest. In fact, there are some I go and I'm told, our girl has come. So I am the girl. What are we trying to say in brief? Let us embrace our Gen Zs. There is a time we wanted to do our Ushirika Day celebrations, lakini tulipangwa tukapangika. And we learnt our lessons, that we need to embrace these Gen Zs into the cooperative. But Chair, the Gen Zs want loans from the comfort of their phones. They don't want to be told to go to the society office and fill a loan form. They want it kwa simu, and they want loans on arrival. They don't want to be told, you will wait for 3 months, so you do what? What are we saying in brief? We are advising you to design products that suits the Gen Zs. They are our children, sisters and brothers. Let us teach them the culture of savings. It is from the savings that we draw a pool from where we are able to get loans. From the loans, we are able to be in charge of our destiny by changing and transforming our lives. With those few remarks, thank you. It was a pleasure being here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, for your remarks. We appreciate. Members, we are almost coming to an end, and the only other item that is pending is vote of thanks. So we want to sincerely thank you, those who made it to this meeting, and even those who are following us online. May God bless you all. I'll call upon our Home Secretary to do the vote of thanks. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, members. Good afternoon. It's your Home Secretary again. And my task here is very simple, it's just to pass a vote of thanks so that we can have lunch, then we can disperse. Members, we have come to the tail end of our meeting today, and we have ended well. Si mnakubaliana nayo? One guy called Richard Feynman gave us a quote that says, things don't go wrong, they start wrong. He stressed the importance of doing things right from the start. And that's exactly what we did today. We arrived here on time, and more importantly, we invited God to be with us, yeah? And we sought his guidance. And how a better way to also end the meeting by first thanking him for sustaining us. I know most of the unit reps traveled from far distances to come here. We have not received any reported incidences. So even as we disperse and you go to your respective places, may he go before you, may he go with you till you reach where you are going. Next, I also want to thank every other member who's here. You guys, I hope now you realize you are at the top of the governance structure of this circle. Nothing can happen without you. Today you have passed very important resolutions which guide us as the board. We cannot move until you guys approve it. I really want to thank you, and even more, you know, I don't know if you realize it, even the Cooperative Act prohibits the circle from dealing with non-members. You can only deal with you. So without you, there is no any business. Just out of interest, is there anyone who has attended the AGM for the very first time? You have never been to this AGM? By a show of hands. Thank you so much. A special thanks to you, and may you continue attending the AGMs. I also want to thank the entire board of directors, led by our able chairman, Mr. Joseph Kagema. I know you guys may not know, but they do a lot of sacrifice. At times we attend night meetings, at times we come for weekend meetings. Just recently we spent a whole weekend drafting the strategic plan for the next 5 years. It's a sacrifice that we do. So I want to thank every board member for their input. The supervisory committee, we also want to appreciate you and thank you for the oversight role that you do. You keep us on check and also guide us. To all the staff led by our able CEO, we really want to thank you. I know this year has been a lot busy, especially because of the new system implementation, and more is also coming because we also have the FOSA that we're also proposing. We also have the EDMS that we have also proposed on implementing. We thank you also for having chosen to work in Kentours. You know, when vacancies come, we send out notices there. Not everyone applies, but you guys chose to work here with us. To all the unit representatives, whether from Nairobi or outside Nairobi, We really want to thank you for being good ambassadors of the Sacco. You guys help us manage members from where you come, from the units, which also filters the kind of queries that end up to the office and also to the board. Next, I also want to thank Tintin Restaurant. Wherever they are, the management and staff, they are always willing to host us and for their good services. To the security personnel in and out of the venue, thank you so much. You only allowed those who are entitled to come to this meeting. I also want to thank, perhaps in absentia, all employer units, the management and those senior people who are in those units. You know, they have accepted to take that administrative extra work to effect our payroll deductions and also allow you guys to come for meetings. Director Remo, we really appreciate you. It's always good to have you with us. It really shows how important this Sacco is and every other Sacco to the movement and also to the government. We appreciate your presence, and when you go also please pass our regards to CPA Njoroge Mwangi. He's always with us when we need him. He has always been helpful. Thank you so much for your office and everything you are doing. To the Sacco auditors also in absentia, the outgoing ones, or the outgoing and they are already gone. They really did a good job, and we have really learned a lot from them, and we also appreciate. So for anyone else who may have forgotten, it's not by design, but know that we are appreciated, and we also thank you. Everyone who is online, thank you so much for attending, and continue doing so, and also playing your part as a member. We appreciate every member. You are not only a member, you are a customer, you are a shareholder, and there is nothing we can do without you. Thank you so much, and go thee well. Santeni.
You know, sometimes you become so efficient to the extent that you have all the time at your hand and you don't know what to do with that time. What I'm saying is, as you can see, people are walking up and down there. Waliambiwa ni kama mmezoea kukula saa 9, lakini sasa ni saa 8 na biashara imeisha. So they are seeking for your indulgence. In some few minutes they'll be ready to serve you, but when you are registering, you are given a food voucher and a drinks voucher. They'll need that voucher for head count. So in case you have misplaced yours, please talk to the registration desk nicely to give you one. That's the only way they'll control that corner when you are serving you, but that's where we'll have the service points. I'm also reminded that since some of us were caught off guard with this digital advancement, and they could not get hard copies of some of these reports we've been using, a few copies are available at the registration desk. If you are really pressed to have a copy, kindly get in touch with our registration desk. They still have some copies they can give out, but we were trying as much as possible to avoid printing of the documents. Last but not least is to close the engagement for today with a word of prayer, and this I will request a volunteer from the floor, the members present. If the Spirit is guiding you to close the meeting for us with a word of prayer, you will be most welcome. also to acknowledge our Muslim brothers. I've seen some here, and maybe we did not give them a chance. I want to believe that we have a Muslim brother. Maybe we need to appreciate that they are also celebrating their Mwezi Mtukufu. Perhaps we just give them 1 minute to make a comment. I can see one of us there, Atta Suleiman. Those with a mic. Any Muslim brother in house and want to make a comment? Yes.
Good afternoon, member. My name is Rashid from Kichwa Tembo. It's my first time to come here, but I appreciate how we are cooperating with our members. Then we have to get more ideas from them. So I hope you continue together, and also this event, it's like a kula tano, weka tano. So we appreciate so that got from our top. Thank you.
Asante sana, and have an enjoyable whatever you call that celebration. It's called Eid. Yeah, Eid. Muenjoy kabisa, na kama mmechinja mbuzi pahali, pia sisi mutuite. Kifika Christmas kuku pia mtaitwa mukule sawa sawa. Asante sana. Yes. Is there any sector of our society I forgot? Maybe from the Indian community or any other sector? Sisi sio society ya kubaguana. Former board members who are in-house, I'm just buying time because of that place. If you are inside, wake up, stand up, be upstanding. We appreciate your presence if we had not done that. If you ever served in the board and you are not recognized, or any founder members around, if you are there when Kentours started and you are in the house, simama, we acknowledge your presence. Hapo nyuma, Philip Makau, I can see Bwana Nyera, alias Kofi Olomide. Karibu sana Bwana Nyera. You can make a comment.
Mine is just to thank the board for the good work they've done. It's amazing to see how our association has grown from I think it was maybe 200, 300 members to now over 4,000, and it's still going strong. And the measures you've put in place to ensure that members' funds are well guarded, and the sacrifice, of course, you guys put in in your meetings, and to make sure that the society still continues being strong. A billion shilling mark, I think that is quite a milestone. We used to dream about that, so that now we've actually been able to realize it. Thank you very much. Asante.
Asante sana. Perhaps kuna mwingine pia tumesahau. We are good. Yeah, you are known in-house. So hata usi aibike. I'm reminded that there is Jane Karaoke in-house. Jane Karaoke, hebu sema kitu. Sema jambo or two. Those are founding members of this society.
Hi, good afternoon, every member. I just want to say thank you for this day, and I'm happy for every member who have joined Sacco. You are the mother of the Sacco, yes, and I'm still there, but I just tell you to keep on contributing, keep on taking loans, because you are still members of this Sacco. Welcome.
This category we are calling Gen Z, anybody below 30. Do you have any in-house? We need to give them also and appreciate them. If you feel like a Gen Z, hebu inueni mkono. Yes, there are several here. The young tax. This society belongs to you. So you need to make a comment or two. One gentleman and a lady, please.
Thank you. I am Isaac Omondio Uno. I've been at Kentours for less than 8 months. Thank you for hosting us. But as Gen Zs, you find us walking from town center to Upper Hill to your offices. Just that is a very tiresome journey. Why don't you find it easy to have another branch within the town center? All these guys can find it easy. You move from Narok to town center to your office instead of taking another matatu to Kibera to Kentours. Don't give us that tiresome journey. Yes. Secondly, to the new members, apart from this, we thank you for giving us a plus. But how are you going to promote the Sacco? We don't even have this uniform. Why are you making it look like an old, new Sacco? At least with the new members, give them even a t-shirt for promotion. Thank you, ladies.
You see why Gen Z is driving us. Yeah. They drive the wheel. They speak it as it is. And hata Sakayo, wakiongea hata Sakayo usikia. Who are we not to listen to you? Na Bwana Chair, you are being challenged. What is in a t-shirt that you can't give them? We'll try as much as possible to listen to you and consider even marketing office in town. In the direction we are taking, it must be cost effective, but if it comes to that, even a marketing office in town where you can reach without making several connections to Kibera, if it comes to that. Yes, another agency representing the ladies.
Hey, good morning, member. Good afternoon, member.
Afternoon.
Mkopoa.
Kabisa.
Naitwa Wendy, and I joined Kentours at 20 years. Now I'm turning 30 next month. And so, thank you. And where I'm working, I work at Mombasa Road Tara Ventures. And what I want to say, you can just look for another representative, because the effort that you are used to enter the Sacco, it's not the effort we are getting as you are going to get the product. This is my second time for coming for the AGM. Today you give me this cap, but I don't feel appreciated more because we don't get any information about the Sacco. So me, what I want you to say, last time I was in your office, I was with the CEO complaining about my savings and the guarantors loan and the defaulters. I didn't fail again what they did about the defaulters loan. I'm not where I'm standing right now. As you can see, I'm not that happy because of this Sacco. When I joined it, I was removing 10,000 shillings. But now, due to the economy of Kenya, I've reduced it from 6,000. Why? Because I paid for the guarantors loan who defaulted and they're still working. So what I wanted for you to do for me today, I know those people are not dead, they are working. They are not dead. And what you can do, you get them, they get back our money, because I felt so sad. Now I'm turning 30 with 2 kids, but trust you me, I can't tell my kids to come to Kentours. Why? I entered the Sacco, I paid for people loan, and they went, and they are not dead. I saw here you wrote 11 members who are dead. They're not among them. They are not among them. So the CEO, I came to your office and you talked to me nicely, and I thank you for that. So if you can do anything for us because of the defaulters, because they are not dead ukweli, wajakufa, they are working and they are earning more than us. And I can see there you have 12 staff members in your office. Trust you me, I need to get job at Kentours. Why? They are earning a lot. They are earning a lot. The money I'm getting a KRA, I'm taking a lot of money compared to the salary of one of your Kentours member. It's not fair. Please deal for us with the defaulters loan only. I don't want to tell anyone anything negative about Kentours. It helped me, and I want also to help my followers. So kindly just deal with that. Hiyo tu ndo mimi naomba. Please.
Asante sana. They speak what they feel, and it's for us seated here to find a solution. Na mwenye alimguarantee akaenda akadefault, sijui kama ako hapa, lakini najua they are working. We need those details of those that were guaranteed loans, defaulted, they are working. So what we are telling Gen Z, our doors are open to relay information. Help us to help you. If you know where these people are working, that's the first point of contact. We can engage with their current employer at the first attempt. What we'll also encourage, though it to some of the Gen Zs, it sounds outdated, that before you guarantee somebody a loan, umjue zaidi. Yao ni faster. We si ni beste. We leta hiyo form nijaze tukiendaga. So hiyo beste, let's go deep into it. And they are right in where they are. Even in relationship, ukileta si tunaanza, ukileta si kila mtu anaenda zake. Yeah, that's how they reason. But what they are saying, the Sacco needs to spend time and help them, not only the Gen Z, those who are guaranteeing loans and those who are taking loans defaulting, and then this is loaded for them as recovery. Even though it is there as part of the contract, they are asking what is the Sacco helping them to recover those loans. And I know most of us have already sold to the Gen Zs to join the Sacco, and some of us have got our sons and daughter already inside. So wengine labda wataongea kwa sababu anaona mama yake pale na dad labda ataulizwa swali, but we need to get those information. I'm told one of the service points, this entrance here next to the screen, is ready to admit you. I'm looking for a volunteer to close the floor with a word of prayer, and then we'll be done. Lakini all in all, asanteni sana for coming. We have somebody, give him a mic to close the meeting with a word of prayer. Thank you.
Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Tusimame juu tumshukuru Bwana. Jambo la kwanza ni kushukuru members wote na viongozi. Bwana awabariki na watende mema. Sisi tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Let's also thank our Heavenly Father ambaye ametutenda mema, ametupa hii wakati. Tumpigie Bwana makofi mazuri. Can we do it better? Bado tufanye mazuri. Thank you. Jipigie makofi sasa. Wacha tushukuru Mungu. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo, tunakushukuru na tunasema ni asante Bwana. Asante tangu jana tulipoanza na hata siku ya leo. Mungu wetu umekuwa mwaminifu, umekuwa kimbilio letu Bwana. Asante ni kwa maana Baba umetuongoza, umetulinda, twasema ni asante. Pokea sifa, pokea shukrani katika jina la Yesu Kristo. Tunataka kujiweka mikononi mwako Bwana, tutakapoondoka mahali hapa Bwana ukatulinda na ukatenda mema katika jina la Yesu. Twanena damu ya Yesu kwa kila barabara katika jina la Yesu Kristo. Watakao mbaki Bwana pia ukawabariki na ukawatenda mema katika jina la Yesu. Pia tunaombea viongozi wetu, ukawapa hekima wanapotuongoza, wanapo Baba endelea na kazi yao. Jehova Baba, ukawapa hekima katika jina la Yesu. Lolote nalo takalolitenda katika mahala hapa Bwana, tunapokula, tunapokunywa, sifa na utukufu Baba zote ni zako. Tunasema ni asanti, na ni katika jina la Yesu Kristo tunaomba, tumeshukuru. Amen. Now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Be blessed all. Na mwende safari jema. Amen.
To Kentours Sacco. Kentours Sacco is a savings and credit cooperative society which was registered in 1984. We are a non-deposit taking non-WT society regulated by the Sacco Society's Regulatory Authority. Today, the society draws its membership from all sectors within the Republic of Kenya. Kentours Sacco started as a Chama group made up of 4 members with no office but hosted by the Abercrombie and Kent office, then at the Vadic House. In 1984, the Chama formalized its operations and engaged 1 staff. To date, our personnel has grown to 12 staff members and now with its own office block at Commodore Office Suites in Kilimani. Financial independence for members is our pride. We are committed to creating products that enable our members to achieve their dreams in life. We are partners in realizing dreams. The passion and the stories told tell more.
And it remains edged in our memories for a long time.
Me settling down is as a result of Kentours, and that means my family is settled.
One, for my kids, it was a sense of belonging. When you have a place to call home, I guess it gave them that sense of belonging to a place. Ama kujiitanisha na mahali, I'm going home. Or I think that is the main thing that Sacco has really helped me bring up.
In life, we all have dreams. Owning a home, educating our children, growing our businesses, or simply being prepared for life's unexpected moments. Our products are meant to help you build your dreams. Life is a journey, and every journey needs a strong financial partner. Welcome to Kentours, where your savings and dreams grow together. Need a loan for your home, land or business? We offer long-term loans of up to 15 million Kenyan shillings with low interest rates and flexible payment plans of up to 7 years.
You will do anything with it. You can farm, you can get into transport business, you can get whatever it is that you want. But for me, I got into building a home for the family.
Just like anyone else, I really wished to have a home, and a home starts with a lot. So I really wanted to have a lot of my own. As I'm the one who has acquired it, not from my dad. And through Kentours, I have achieved that. And very soon, I'm looking forward to owning a house. And
you can save up and build a home like I've done. It's not hard. It's very easy.
Whether it's a housing loan, business loan, or asset finance loan, we are here to help you invest in your future. Life happens first. For quick cash when you need it, we offer emergency loans, home appliance loans, and instant loans because we understand that sometimes a little boost makes all the difference.
I've had instances where you're in problems and you really need rescue like urgent, and Kentours has really done that several times for me. And one recent time is when I was pregnant with my first child. So, and the products that Kentours were offering, yeah, we all know children comes with a cost, and sometimes they're imaginable costs. So through Kentours, I was able to access, actually my first loan facility was an emergency loan with Kentours, and yeah, it came through for me. It has been a beautiful journey.
Education is the key to success. With our Super School Fees Loan, you can access up to 750,000 shillings, ensuring your child's future remains bright.
For the education, I've taken several loans on school fees, and it has also helped me get through, my kids get through their education seamless. Like my daughter, she just did her Form 4 exam, she got an A at Mary Hill, and she went through the 4 years seamless without stopping, and that's why she got she was able to learn uninterrupted.
When the kids are going back to school, I've never had stress that my kids are not going back to school, and I can tell you with pride, they are going to, they go to nice private schools, which are quite pricey. I'm not bragging, but yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Need a salary advance or an early dividend payout? Our advance loans give you fast cash, so you never have to struggle before payday. Dreaming of that special holiday or big celebration? Our Jipange Savings helps you plan ahead with interest earnings of 6% per year.
We have holidays that come around, and of course during holidays you have quite some heavy spending. So mdogo mdogo, you can plan for January to November. If the holidays in December, then obviously you have saved for 11 months mdogo mdogo, and then you get lump sum at the end, at the end of November to be able to use in December. Or if it's Easter or anything like that, then you can actually be able to say, I'll save ABCD for a plan ABCD, and that truly helps. I've also saved for holidays and gone to a few places with my family, and that, I must say, has added quality to life.
And because we care about our next generation, our junior savings account gives your child a financial head start with interest and flexible withdrawals. Life is unpredictable, but we've got you covered. Our insurance scheme ensures that your loans and savings are protected during life's toughest moments.
We do contribute for the insurance payment every year, and that, for me, I can give as a testimony. There's one of our employees who was deceased, and he had a loan, and Kentours, together with the insurer, paid the loan in full, and the family was refunded the deposit in full. In that way, the members feel safe when they save with Kentours, because in eventuality of death, the families are well taken care of.
Banking made easy. With our member portal, you can access your account, check balances, apply for loans and more. Anytime, anywhere. No internet? No problem. Our Mjisot mobile banking platform lets you deposit and apply for mobile loans all from your phone. And your investment matters. With share capital, you become part of something bigger, earning dividends while strengthening our Sacco. The Sacco membership has since grown from 4 members to over 12,000 members who have walked this journey since inception. The minimum deposit contribution started at 20 Kenyan shillings per month to to the current 1,500 shillings per month. The board has since inception implemented several strategic plans. Our Sacco became fully regulated by SASRA in the year 2021. Our bylaws have been reviewed from time to time to align with SASRA requirements and regulations to reflect the Sacco's mission and purpose, and also to meet members' changing needs. Our Sacco has taken credit for winning several trophies over the time during the Ushirika Day celebration, amongst it being the latest awarded trophy for being the second best Sacco in risk management non-deposit taking category. This recognition is a testament to a strong financial management and resilience, which is why Kentours remained largely unaffected by the challenges faced by KICC. At Kentours, we grow together. Join us today and secure your financial future. For over 40 years, we've been a name you can trust, supporting members in building businesses, buying homes, educating children, and securing brighter futures.
Never look at something and say that it is impossible. Nothing is impossible.
The earlier you realize the need for saving, putting a coin aside for the sake of a project or for the sake of tomorrow, the better. The truth is, whatever it is you see and admire in life was someone's idea.
You don't have to have a lot of money to be called rich. You have first to be rich in the mind. You start small, you save small, and eventually you'll get there.
It's never too late, because at one point there's nobody with nothing. But that little that you have can actually be taken as a seed that you plant for future.
If you've not joined, just join now. The rest will be history.
Kentours. Inspire, equip, empower.
Recording stopped.